Yeah.
So
badge. They can do that. No, they can do that. We need to do that. But what we're saying is, that's all we. That's their own. That's their own. They know that's supposed to be. That's their own.
so they can change that whatever.
No, that's what they can do. So basically, we're saying it's stuff that has to be like official. So change it.
So try to read it very quick. Must have misread it. Okay. So you sent out a second.
Yeah, because I sent you the wrong attachment.
Oh, okay.
That's so just to show you here. So no logos like that. That's all. Except for these official.
Hey, can't write it.
So
I wanted to get rid of that as soon as I could, so I saw it. Yeah, he's like, don't go to Mexico.
are you feel okay about that? This one. So
then
All right, we ready to start?
sure,
Ready?
absolutely.
Might have to borrow your glasses.
I'm sitting next to you, so it's good.
We'd like to welcome everyone here this afternoon for our work session. And we'll turn the time to Brandon.
Thank you, ma'am. So we're going to begin with thank you. So our first discussion is in relation to the CARE tax and the distribution allocation of those dollars for the upcoming year here in July and throughout next year, next fiscal year. We met in a couple of meetings with CARE Commission members as well as Council Member Spencer and Council Member Lamson and Trevor Bell and Kenna Matthews was also part of those meetings. And we went through about 8 hours, seemingly, of presentations from mini and mid-major grant applicants. And this year, we have 32 applicants, 27 in the mini and mid areas, and compared to 25 a year ago. So a few more applicants this year than in the past year. And hopefully you had an opportunity to see this summary, which was in your packet in relation to what came out of the CARE Commission as far as a recommendation from that group in relation to the mini and mid-major applicants as far as awarding those dollars to those individuals. In our mini, as you can see here, we had just under $52,000 of applicant dollars requested. The recommendation, you can see on the far right side, to allocate $32,800 of the requests. And in our then in the mid-major area, had 143,000 or 43,000 of requested dollars.
Can you make that even bigger, Brandon? Or is that
Do a little control plus and see what happens.
See my glasses?
Far away glasses you need now. Setting my binoculars.
So probably as good as I'm gonna get right there. Still get it on screens. And again, so there's 143 requested, which they recommended awarding $71,200 of that. For a total of both of the mid and minis, 195 requested and 104 being recommended to be awarded. You can see how that compares to the prior 2 fiscal years. A bit of an increase in that amount. And then, so before we, I guess we go too far, are there any questions, concerns, thoughts in relation to any of those particular awards?
So I have a question, so I have the family business, I believe during the deliberation part of this, the numbers part, but I was just curious on the Utah Light Concerts Foundation. They always do a really good job. I was just curious if it looks like we're giving a little bit more. Have they got some other things in place where they're gonna happen in other years?
Yeah, they're gonna do like a laser light show at the end, because fireworks is too expensive. So I just know that the bang for the buck was.
Yeah, they've always been a great.
I mean, you get 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people there on Friday and Saturday. It's just for the money spent. I think it's well. And I'm trying to remember. She was financial background. She had it down to a T. We just basically went what she was saying because it was just everybody agreed. So there were some that we went back and gave a little bit more, but we thought that we didn't give a full amount, but we got close on a few.
Tell me about this mental health that got 0. What was that?
The commission or this group was coming, or they were proposing to do a one-day event, and it would be a mix of film festivals and some other community outreach. And the commission's recommendation was to do 0 for this first group because they didn't feel like they had a direct impact. It was primarily an extension of their Salt Lake County event. They were just going to essentially bring the same thing to Utah County. So the commission's recommendation was to award 0 for that. And then hopefully work with that vendor to re-propose next year with a more succinct application.
So, Dave, can you tell us just kind of what your general thought process is as you kind of go through these? And
So, I mean, we listened to all the presentations, and depending if they were new or a few years old or been here for a long time, we had a lot of choral groups that want money. And we were trying to say, hey, what are you doing to help raise funds for yourself instead of, this is more of a seed money, right? And that was sort of the idea. The Chantinettes, I don't know how much money they can raise, but they do a good thing for the community, going into care centers and bringing joy to people that can't get out. So there are certain groups like that we just kept funding, but the overall idea is just what's going to bring the most people to Orem and benefit Orem citizens in the short term and the long term. So it's fun being on the committee. I mean, some presentations I don't get. Maybe I'm not so artsy, but I tried.
Dancing in space.
But I think, that was. But so I think if you look at the whole overall city, I think what we've done this year is there were some new applicants, and I think giving them, money helps the community, and I think brings more value to Orem and brings people income. That's,
And along with that, the number of Orem residents that are involved. Not only is participants going to watch, but there's some that we try to open first of all, citizens. So we take that into.
And who all is on the commission?
so it's me and Jeff, and then we have 5 or 6 citizens that are on the committee.
You just kind of come to a consensus in the group.
I can't remember, was it Sophia?
Us with Danae,
Denise, we have Laurel,
Very.
Who was on, she was online the first time. What was
Joanne.
Spencer Rand's on the commission as
it?
well.
Who was the one that was the financial lady? She just had it all. And she said your spreadsheet wasn't right and it was correct, right?
Yeah.
She goes, my numbers are right. He goes, no, ours are right. So
The Sophie.
Sophie, yeah,
Sophia.
yeah, so she was dead on and she basically had discussion, hey, I really think it should be this, and we all thought about it, okay. I mean, normally I try to drive it, but I wasn't driving, so she drove, so it was good. I mean, it was a good perspective, different, ideas, and I think with Brandon and then having with Kenny here, it was a new thing that they were doing. I think it was a good learning experience for everybody, and I think those awards, a lot of them, we asked, hey, there's a whole piece of the pie. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, so could you do it half? And they're like, we could really do it half, so we gave half, right? So, and they basically said, yeah, we can do half. Okay, then we're gonna give you half. So it was a back and forth. So I thought it was, if that answered your question,
Yeah.
in a roundabout way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get,
It's,
make sure the group understands how this all happened.
if you've been on, you listen to the presentation, just see them over and over the same thing, but like the 4th of July, that brings people to Orem. And it's a huge 4th of July thing. We don't have the parade, but we have that. It's a huge magnet that people come and they want to see the military vehicles. Debbie,
Because it's art.
yes.
Because it's art.
Art in many ways, and I can deal with that kind of art. I like it, but
It's just the dancing in the pool we have a problem with.
we'll move on. But that's where we're at. So that's my 2 cents. So, I mean,
Well,
Jeff,
modern dance, yeah.
I was a resident, I served on this commission, and I really appreciated how much they pay attention to the resident feedback. It really is the residents of Orem bringing art and supporting art in Orem, so. Good job, you two.
and I think Jeff did hit it on the head with, citizens' participation and what they bring to these groups, and that helps because, some of them like, oh, what are you doing? Well, maybe 25 people, like, and you're asking for, $6,000. It doesn't pencil, right? You need to expand your horizons and get more people from Orem in there. So
Right.
That was good. I enjoyed it.
Well, thank you.
So, big discussion for today, to be honest, is going to be related to the major grants as well as the recreation and parks components of the care tax, which we'll get to in a minute. I wanted to just give a heads up in relation to, obviously, this meeting is to kind of discuss what we will bring forth in a future council meeting in relation to having your approval of those, that allocation of the awards of those monies. Let's get down to, okay. And so when we get to our major grants, we have 5 applicants this year. You can see the various requests at the top right corner here as far as 2023 requests, what they're requesting. And in essence, in consultation with Council Spencer, and we put in some numbers in relation
So
to
with
awards.
the Sarah, we automatically just populated the 100% they asked for because they are Orem. And I also mentioned that, we'd like to maybe try something, maybe instead of 35% of their operating expenses, maybe it goes to 45 and see if that helps them, or we work as a city to help them on projects. But I think, so we just filled that in, we did, hopefully didn't overstep our bounds, but we felt that was, we did that last year, and I think we should do that this year, whatever the max was, so. That's where we're at, so.
So we're open to discussion about all of the particular applicants and what your thoughts are and where you'd like to see those awards go. You can see down here in the bottom section, based on those submissions, where we're at. Council member Spencer mentioned, doing some things. You can see this Sierra Shell facility improvements. That's kind of a placeholder, kind of until we can kind of see what kinds of facility type stuff we can do in and around the Sierra Shell on the city's property, and in order to potentially help in expanding Sierra's reach, etc.
I may, council. So last week, we had a good sit down with some of us staff, and Adam and Mayor was present, and started to try and become better acquainted with some of the vision, long-term plans, and short-term plans that Adam and the Sierra board have for the Sierra properties. And so one thing that was brought up that I thought was a compelling story was that the existing fence around the shell, it's all chain link. And so it's, on one hand, it's difficult to maintain, people calling on hours hitting it or whatever. But then on the other, sometimes people will go on the outside of the chain link fence and with that won't buy a ticket, but will enjoy the show. And so what we want to look at there and further flesh out is, like some Syntec fencing, and having talked about, maybe we add some LED lighting and stuff, and goes along and adds to the aesthetic draw of it. So that's what that those dollars would be.
And that would be in conjunction with Adam, with Sarah, on what their need is.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we proactively tried to express that this wouldn't be something where we are telling them what to do, but we're trying to listen and partner.
Okay. That's good. Appreciate that, Brendan.
Along those lines, there is related to this would be helpful for not only the shell, but for the pool and the park in general. We want to improve the signage. So have new monument, digital signage for the pool, but then also the digital signage could be used to help make our citizens aware and people driving by on State Street or whatever of shows at the shell. And both the Sierra staff and us Orem staff regularly get people asking, okay, where should I park, where should I go to get to the show? So we want to improve digital signage, monument signage, and wayfinding signage in and around the park, and then even do a monument sign on the side of the shell there before these, just to improve getting people around.
I think maybe put a big billboard. Is that okay?
So the thought is the digital signage that we have in front of the fitness center.
Yeah.
We would do something
Okay.
like that.
So can I go back up to the top? My first question, no, sorry, stop at the green, go back, we're talking majors. No, the green. Timpanogos Symphony just moved to Orem. I think that's a very low amount to give a group that is really wanting to know Orem and is really trying to bolster what they're doing. So I'd like to give them at least 10,000 myself. So up from 2,500. What was the thinking of why it was so low?
I think that was the amount they received in the prior year.
Yeah, that was.
In
That's
prior
what
years, they were an American formula.
But that's what we gave them in prior years, so
But
that's.
they've just moved here to Orem. They have actually relocated from American Fork to Orem to become an Orem.
Well, did they move here just to get the 25,000? I mean.
Oh, I don't know.
So that's my thing. I'm like, show us, just because you moved here doesn't mean we're gonna give you 25 grand.
Well, I
let's
didn't say
prove that-
25, I said 10,000.
Okay, but I mean, whatever. I think, your point's valid, but I just think that just because somebody moves, what have they done right now? Nothing.
Well, the quality of that symphony.
What I'm saying is, but they
amazing.
have, what have they done? So are we buying their business to come here? I mean, what are we doing? That'd be my point.
Well, it's John Pugh. I've known him for years and he does an outstanding and he has lots of people from his area. So I'd like to give him at least 10 grand.
But, I mean, we haven't seen their presentation or, but
Okay,
we just went on past history as the group. We looked at it. We just said,
well, it's changed. So I'm saying there's a new factor. They are now housed here in Orem. Norda, did they not have enough Orem specific things?
well, I mean, the Norda, I think the thought process there was they're Utah Valley University, their state, so do they really need our money?
Yeah, if I can speak on that one, the commission's recommendation for zero for the NORDA was they weren't asking for a specific program. They were asking for overall operating costs. And so the commission felt, why is the state asking the city to supplement their program? They felt like if there was a specific program that was like a very specific play or presentation, they'd be more inclined to that. But because it was for overall operating costs, they recommended zero.
Okay.
And we know, we appreciate the hell what they've done in Orem, but they definitely jettisoned, so.
Except I went to a play last Saturday here in Orem and I'm so used to hearing sponsored by CARE and I was sad that there was no sponsor by CARE. I'd like to give them a little bit, maybe 50K. That's just my opinion. They're still here. They're still operating.
They're gone next year. I disagree, but that's one.
Okay. So that's what I would say, at least 10,000 to Symphony, and if no one else wants to give it in a hill, that's fine, but I go at least to 10.
Have you allocated all the money?
It's the 200,000.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, that's entirely up to you guys, so keep in mind, it's up to you to determine what allocations, awards you want to.
Take away
So you could just send
Okay.
500 off of the,
You're taking away from some other award?
You would be,
Okay.
yes.
That's my.
well, you just take from the shell improvements and take it down to
The
700.
big long one to get in.
I mean, it's not a big, you're still 192,000.
What would you do?
I would just take it, the Sierra Shell facility improvements, I would just lower that 7,500 and give some of that to Timpanogos and orchestra.
Right.
Like I said, that's my opinion, you guys can differ.
I mean, my thing is, I think the concentration should be on the Sarah.
I think it is, I think there's
Well,
over
I
$1
mean,
million.
but no, but 200,000, that is actual improvements for the park. So I think that would benefit all the citizens in Orem, in my opinion, so. I think that, we can leave it as it is. And next year they can ask for money.
And maybe we could go back to the Timpanogos Symphony people and say, hey, maybe it'd be good if you invited our council to come to some Orem specific shows.
But, yeah, I mean, we just, like I said, we just went off history. That's all we had is historical data, because I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Well, it's new, and like I said, John Pugh was one of the stars at the Sierra. I don't know if he was honored this year, am I correct? Yeah, the symphony. I mean, the quality of what he does is outstanding. He was one of the stars and they highlighted him. And so I don't know, how about 5,000? We go to 5 at least?
But they've been doing it on their own without care tax money, so do they really need it?
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, so all of the recommendations were based off the symphony still being in American Fork. All of their application materials still had the American Fork, and they didn't, it wasn't highlighted specifically. So the commission's recommendation doesn't take into account the new information that they're now in Orem.
John
So
Pugh
just-
himself told me that. He said, we've moved to Orem.
Okay.
And it may have been right after they applied.
Is the 200,000 allocation, is that just kind of a round number of what we have left?
That's the
Yeah.
leftovers carryover.
We don't actually know what costs these things will be until we get a little bit down the road.
It was the carryover from last year.
For that.
So the 200,000, I think, was carryover from last year.
Yes.
That we didn't use. Or now, does everybody use their allocation from the year?
We won't know that until
Until
the
they-
year's done.
So we could have some extra money.
And I could, I could support going to 10,000 for the symphony. I've seen the symphony and I think they do a phenomenal job. And the fact that they are moving to Orem, they can be an Orem entity going forward, will have a lot of good in the community, so. And that wouldn't make that much difference to
Yeah, 190 is still a lot of money.
So we could use $3,000 of that, $3,000 of the 3,100, which gives you 5,500, which would then basically drop the 200 to 195-ish.
Yeah, I think that's great.
And my thought on that is they are, I mean, they're not just a random whatever, they're, you know, a really good talent here in the county and especially now they're coming to Orem, so that's why I would support them. And I'm not even a symphony going person, but
I think you
thought
are.
they were extremely good.
Deep down, I think you are.
Well, we can verify staff that they've moved to Orem. That's important too.
I think that's important.
Yeah, that's very important,
I guess I
Part
don't know
of
if
the
it
part of the overall
matters,
criteria that we look at.
is, yeah.
as
And
far
it
as
was-
making them a major or a mid. I don't know if that matters too much other than the requirements.
Well, I mean, what are the program, what are they doing in Orem now? What's their program for Orem issues?
Do they, how many times do they
See, what
perform in Orem?
Well, I don't know, but John Pugh at the Sarah told me he's moving to Orem with the group.
Okay, but what does that mean?
So
Well,
they,
I didn't give him the kind of question. I was thrilled though. I said, welcome, we're so glad you're
I
coming.
mean, I'm
It's
all
gonna
for
be
giving
great.
money, but you're moving to Orem to get free money, or what are you doing?
Well, I don't think he's being that
No, but
brazen.
what is the I mean, did they write the program?
So
what they were-
they did have their concert this year in at Tentative High School, so they did have, she sent me an email about it.
So one concert,
They had it was a 2-night concert at Tentative High School.
and they want 80,000 for that.
and where do they practice? Do we know their practice facility?
So these are great questions
Yeah.
that we can, Trevor, can we make note of these questions and follow up with?
And really,
them?
they do need to fill out their application accurately.
And then by the
We've
time
turned down money
applications
before.
were due, there might be a delay in that. 'cause
Well, they
were
could have put in
doing-
there, hey, we are moving to Orem, but it's an American Fork, and that didn't.
I think finding out more
Yeah,
information.
find out
would be
more
fine,
details.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the key thing is, if we keep getting all these majors, I mean, the key thing is we have to fund the Sarah, what we do, because that is our community, bottom line. Then we go from there.
Yeah.
Am I?
I'm continually impressed with what the Sarah does with their youth programs, the acting up in the first place, awards that they just won nationally. It really is an amazing community outreach, and the number of lives that touches in a positive way is second to none.
I mean, people go from Nephi, I mean, they're just coming from all over.
Well, it's like Brent said, we had a pretty major meeting with Adam this last week and talking about where they're at right now, what their needs are, where they want to go. And if they're able to execute on the plan they've got over the next 10, 20, 30 years, they're gonna be a major, I mean, they already are a major player in one, but they're gonna really go next level, so.
They're the heart of Orem's downtown, emphasis on the art part of heart.
I love that, because that's, that's our
Well,
downtown,
and
right?
that
We have
is our
many
arts
downtown,
district,
so
right?
that's
That's our
what
arts
we
district,
want,
is-
so.
Really, we need to look at,
Because the benefits that were given, I know I had children that auditioned for some of the community theater. And one child in particular, they brought in a tap dancer from New York. And it was like this incredible choreography, an opportunity to learn at the Sierra, at the outdoor show. It was amazing. So definitely, we're all in
yeah,
agreement with
and I mean, I
Dave.
think too, that's our arts district, and that's where we really need to focus on. The city owns a couple homes over there, that really needs to be brought forth into the forefront and say, hey, what is our arts district supposed to look like? I mean, I'm recreation, right, baseball, but that needs to be in the forefront and say, what are we doing? What's gonna make Orem a destination on our arts is the Sarah is the anchor, and then right around it, because that's maybe you close that street and it's tied into the park. I mean, that's huge, so.
So one additional kind of partnership opportunity is the trackless training. And this was kind of Councilmember Peterson's brainchild. And as we looked at, and even as he looked at the cost of the St. George Tonawanda Park, it's like in a set track, that was quite pricey. So we got looking at, essentially a trackless option. And so this I guess request would not only be enough to get a big enough trackless train that we could use in multiple parks and even in like Orem Festival, but it also be big enough for adults to some visual material, and they look great. And in talking with Adam, we come to find out that there's a whole train club that meets at the Sierra, and they could be additional volunteers that could help us even run the train or be drivers for the train. And you know, one of the stops could be the Heritage Museum, where they show the history of trains in the city. So I think that could be additional little thing.
I love the flexibility of it, that we can take it to other parts or other events and use it in other ways. That it's not stuck here or wherever, stuck in any one location, but they can go anywhere in the city.
It's trackless. Yeah, that's awesome.
And for a tenth or less of the cost of St. George's.
Yeah. Well, the fact that we were named for a railroad gentleman, I think that we call it the Walter or something fun.
That's a good point.
I think that's great.
So the other items, we put just some, as you can see, with both the Sierra Park improvements here and down here in the parks grants portion, just some placeholders to be able to do some additional improvements in relation to, we indicated Sierra Park, but doesn't necessarily have to be there, but that's kind of what the original thought was. And you can see, of course, which we've had many discussions about, the very top item on both of them in relation to the sports complex and the associated grant that's related to those for this particular year.
Can you remind us what the county's giving us for that part?
1.7.
It's like 1.79 million from the county's TRT funds.
That's great.
I think that was Brennan, the mayor.
Mayor was the spearhead and Harrison could come.
Good
Mayor
job.
had the
That was
network,
excellent.
Bryce had the numbers.
Bryce brought the idea. There's a reason why we hired you.
But we're looking at the mayor on this. That doesn't happen without Mayor Young. So.
Good. Mayor Young, appreciate that.
Thank you.
And getting our fair share of those restaurant tax.
That's kind of the, are there any questions about those particular recreation or parks grant areas for the current year?
Is Hillcrest gonna need anything? I mean, are we on track with its pricing and its equipment? I guess that's my only question.
As far as yes.
Yes.
Unless something major occurs.
Brandon always comes.
Well, I just want to make sure that that's fully funded if, you know, there's something we need to use. So that to me is the
Yeah,
conclusion.
we're good right now.
So the last page here kind of just give you a total of where that all resides in relation to our available budget, total available budget in care tax dollars, and the grants awarded that we identified as awarded. And you can see where we anticipate that means we would end up having some leftover reserve amount that would fall in reserve to be used in the following years. So
Can I just make, this carrot is up for re-election, I mean, to be renewed this year. I think it's important that people understand how powerful this very small tax. I know some people hate the word tax, but you get so many people who come to Orem to buy a car and furniture, and you're getting the pennies off of there. But it adds up. What's that? I can't read how much money?
$3.5 million.
I mean, that is huge. If we didn't have this care, we would have to pull that out of general funds, and we would not have the ability to do a lot of these projects. So let's really make sure we are for the care and make sure that we promoted our friends and families, because it passed quite handily, like in the 60s percentile. But we can't be lax on it, because if this were to go away, it would be devastating to our, it'd be devastating to Sarah, it'd be devastating to our small groups.
Well, and I know the rec commission, they're ready to go out and promote it. So we just have to have a path and an avenue and way to do it. So I know the art's the same way. So we just need to team up and move forward.
Let's really get behind this.
So circle the wagons back. I'll make an adjustment with the TSO, this orchestra, as far as that goes and what that looks like. And then Trevor will gather some additional information that you guys have asked about and get that to you. Then obviously in that council meeting, you're welcome in that council meeting to discuss further and make whatever final approvals you want to in that particular meeting when you have that final information. And again, we'll send this document back out to you so that you have that in advance as well. Any final thoughts or questions, concerns before we move on?
Thanks to David and Jeff for really spearheading this.
Trevor and I really appreciate both of them as well as the commission members. You mentioned this is our first rodeo into that arena, and really new to being a part of a commission. So we're glad they put up with us as far as getting through that. Kenna helped immensely. So when she stops helping us, it may just all fall apart.
She is the linchpin for
And I think the citizens that were on the committee, I mean, all of them brought different views and ideas, and it was great how we all worked together, and they were basically driving the money aspect. It wasn't me, which normally I am a little bit outspoken, but that she took over, and it was just how everybody just fell along. I was like, yeah, okay, we can see that. So it was good. Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you, Brendan.
Trevor.
Next up, we've got a proposed policy concerning city flagpoles and city social media sites. And Steve Earl is going to present that to us.
So Mayor and City Council, this is,
Oh, can I say one thing? Sorry.
Yeah.
I meant to say this earlier, but Terry had reached out and he has to be excused, and then Tom had reached out and he has to be excused, so they're both excused. I'm not here today.
Tom's in Hawaii, so we have to hate him.
Okay.
Wish we were with him.
All right, sorry to interrupt.
no problem. Yeah, so this is a proposed policy for your consideration and discussion today. This is something that both Jesse and I have been working on. So Jesse will feel free, I think, to jump in anytime he would like here. But basically, the purpose of this policy is to direct the exercise of the city's own speech with respect to city-owned flagpoles and city social media accounts. And so basically there's two parts, two separate components of this proposed policy. The first part of that has to deal with city-owned flagpoles. Just as an example, we've got, I believe, 3 flagpoles right out here in front of the auditorium. You've got other flagpoles at the cemetery and in other various locations throughout the city. So we're not talking about, obviously, privately owned flagpoles in the city, but only the city-owned flagpoles. And basically, the proposal is that we define which types of flags can be flown on the city-owned flagpoles. And essentially and I don't think this is differing from what we're doing now by any means. It's just sort of formalizing the policy. But the flags that would be authorized to be flown on these city-owned flagpoles would be the United States flags, the Armed Forces flags, which would be Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and so on. The POW MIA flag, obviously the state flag, the state ceremonial flag, UVU flag, and Orem city flag. And then the city would have exclusive control over which of these flags might be displayed on any city flagpole at any given time. So like I said, I don't think it's a departure in any way from what we've been traditionally doing. It's just kind of making it clear to everybody. So, maybe some employee doesn't get a wild idea to do something crazy or whatever. These are the designated flags that are authorized to be on city flagpoles. That might be the easy part. Does anybody have any questions as to that part before I go on to the next? Okay, so the next component has to do with.
I have one question. If we had an Orem Fest flag, would that be considered a approved city flag?
Right now, the way it's defined is the Orem City flag is the flag representing the city of Orem as approved by the Orem City Council. We could loosen that definition if you wanted to basically say any flag that's been approved or authorized by the city council. So that if you wanted to authorize an Orem Fest flag, you could do that.
Okay.
You want, is that something you might be
I
interested in?
would, because that's the one thing I think we might want to eventually get one, as we try to, it would only be flown during what, 1 week? If we wanted to.
Okay, gonna be on the light poles.
That's true, it is on light poles.
I mean,
Oh.
I would rather stick with the flags we've got. Just make it concrete, and if we're gonna do an Orem activity, we just do the Orem flag. Otherwise, it's just a path of what?
Cause those are all up and down state and,
I guess it's fine, that's true, they are on banners.
yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
But no, banners, I think, are included into this policy. So I think, at least that's how I'm kind of interpreting this. You know, sometimes, I mean, what's the difference between a banner and a flag, I guess? You could have a flag and
It would
a
be,
banner,
yeah.
right?
It
So, pardon, Lene, what was that?
No, I'm just saying, you're right. I agree.
Yeah. So, you know, if you want to have a little more latitude, maybe you don't.
I think
If
we
you
do want banners.
You know, one of the way we could address that is we could say, you know, if there's.
For a city-sponsored event, I don't know.
Well, we've listed the permitted flags. We could say any other flag specifically authorized by the city council, if you want to do that.
Cause I mean, you got UVU banners on that thing too, right? On our-
Yes,
We do.
and that's specifically authorized.
And that's on there, yeah.
But yeah, you might from time to time have, you know, special events or other things that you want to do, and
So can you add that in?
Do we
I
do
would-
any other
if you would
banners
like.
on Center Street, other than UVU and then the Orem Fest?
I think those are the
throughout
only
the
two.
year that-
I think those are the only ones we've ever really hung from the light poles. Yeah.
Maybe,
So why don't we just go with those then? I hate to make this fluid thing that's forever changing if it's a policy.
Yeah, unless you wanted to have a special Orem Fest flag or something like that.
But I mean, you could define that. Have a flag
Could
before
we
you-
add that as one of the flags?
Yeah,
Best
if you
flag?
wanted to.
I don't see it being much of the flags, just the city.
I don't think section exists right now, does it, Brent? But maybe in the future we would create it, I don't know.
Orem Fest flag.
Yeah,
What do we have our
I-
Orem
But
Fest?
the banners are
I
fine.
think the banner's fine for Orem Fest. I think the flag is really something extra special. Like,
but I guess what I'm saying is I think this applies to banners as well as flags.
Well,
Just I would interpret it that way.
Yeah, we definitely want Orem Fest banners. I think that's important.
Yeah, because I think we're trying to define not only what gets flown on the traditional flagpoles, but also on our city light poles. At least that's my understanding. If you want to exclude the light poles, we can, but my thought was you probably want to address those too.
the way that it is fine. Like, with the banners on the light poles and. They would have good flags.
Okay, so, Brent, maybe, do you know, have we ever had like we have had Summerfest banners flown from city light poles, right? Past.
Yes.
So maybe if you want, we can just include that in the definition
I
of
don't think
flags
it's
that are allowed to be
I thought
flown.
we have that.
The Orem Fest.
It's the Orem Fest banners or
We
something like
approved
that.
Orem Fest.
Yeah.
banners.
Okay, that's easy. Let's do that.
And also, Armed Forces flags probably want the Space Force on there too. Are you doing that or not?
That's up to you. If you want to include the Space Force, you
They
can.
have it up at the memorial at the
Do they?
cemetery.
They do.
Okay,
This is official.
you want to do, okay?
And that's
We'll add the
cool.
Space Force.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, I did include Space Force, Steve overrode me on that.
well, there's kind of a movie about the Space Force. That kind of gave me pause, right? So
US.
I didn't have
if
to.
you want it, then
You
that-
guys
that's
get
cool.
If it's a legitimate arm of the.
It is
US,
legitimate,
Then I
but-
put it in.
Okay.
We could if you want.
Steve, do or do not? There's no try.
Good job.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay, any other thoughts on the flags, flagpole part of this?
Just clarify that. So you got the flag got listed there, and then as far as banners, are you identifying the specific banners?
So basically, I guess I'm treating banners like a flag. So we would include, you know, we have an approved UVU flag or banner that's often flown. And then the only other thing I think we ever do is an Orem Fest type thing. So I will specifically add
Do we
to
do
the
Christmas
permitted
banners
flags,
at
the
all?
Orem
Christmas
Fest banner approved by the council.
Yeah. I like that.
Sometimes people put a Christmas one up.
Do we ever do that?
We don't have any Sarah banners, do we? We don't put up.
I don't believe so. We haven't put any out. We've only done UV flag, Orem, and logo. And maybe Summerfest banner, Summerfest. And then is that it?
And there's Christmas decorations that get on from that post, like snowflakes.
But they're not.
But not banners.
Yeah, those aren't, yeah,
That's, I'm not.
I don't think those would be included. You can still do those, I think, so. Okay, we'll go on to the next part. The next part has to do with Orem City social media accounts. So this could be, city Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, just as an example. We have, I think we have 5 different city Facebook accounts, if I'm correct. I think we have the main city Facebook account. We have rec Facebook account. Let's see, what were the other ones?
Library.
Fire, library, okay, library's one. Library, fire, and police. So this would apply to all of these different social media accounts. So basically what we're proposing is to say that, yeah.
I apologize, can I interject?
Yes.
Adam just brought up a question about specifically in the arts district and around Sears Park. There's maybe been some Sierra specific or arts district specific banners on light poles around there.
Well, we've just talked about for years, and we talked about in our meeting the other day, again, either season specific, obviously it's a high maintenance to change them off too often, but either season specific or arts district, even more generically specific around that district. We've talked to Rocky Mountain Power about the ones that have license plates that are theirs. But one of the reasons I say for this is I was concerned about city light poles. And so I don't know how that.
Have we traditionally placed these Sierra banners on city-owned light poles in that
We've
area?
never done any of it. We would need to add brackets, we would need to do the whole thing. But one of the things we talk about at Arts Council too, is identifying the arts district from 4th to 8th and 4th to state, utilizing the either Rocky Mountain or city poles over in that perimeter to identify an arts district. And I don't know how that fits into what you're doing, so I just wanted to throw that out there.
That's
on
a
the
good idea.
table.
That's an idea.
Can we just add that, the arts district is a city designation.
So then you'd have to have approved banners.
So really, once something is figured out, as long as we can bring it to the council.
Approve it.
Yeah.
So is there a mechanism does this already allow a mechanism for us to come back to the council?
The policy itself does not, but the resolution that will be adopting this policy will basically say that any amendments will have to come back to the council and have to be adopted by resolution of the council. So it can't be done informally. It would have to come back to a regular city council meeting and be amended by a resolution.
Is there a reason we can't add in anything approved by is there a reason we can't add the wording now?
You could put that in the policy itself if you wanted to.
Or,
There's probably safety in coming back formally for approval.
Yeah.
You have to formally stay friendly, but that's not.
yeah, as long as you could, for example, because you don't have this now, but this is something you may do in the future. So essentially, if we could structure it just so if you came and said, this is what we want to do, and then we would basically go back down that path, whether
I
we
just
want
wanted
to
to make sure it was a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. It would still be a possibility, but it would just have to go to a regular meeting and be modified by resolution of council.
Right. The idea is to have, as I'm saying, the idea is to have a general structure, and this is our structure. It can be changed, but it can't be changed willy-nilly. It has to go through the council and just go through a process, so.
So is there a reason why we wouldn't include that now? I don't understand why we would have
Because we
to.
want to have this particular banner
Like
approved.
separate for flag poles and
Specific.
street light poles.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, why would we add in anything
Just
that
differentiate.
council approves at a later date. To me, why do we have to re-amend it when
Yeah,
he's
you want
coming, you can say we like it, we don't, or, you know, I don't know.
Because then you have a public process of
Well,
approval.
how many light poles do we have?
Otherwise, it's just, oh yeah, 4 of us say we wanna do this, but this way it makes it a little more public.
I don't think the public's gonna be that passionate about it.
A light pole is the green light pole.
You never know.
Okay,
But
I guess that's true.
still require. Sure.
It's what I
No
learned.
better
In this last year, that's what I learned.
So I think we're good.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on
Sorry
this?
for the interjection.
No, it's fine.
Well, I mean, he made a comment about the distinction between a flagpole and a light pole. Is there?
So that's because the banners go on the
Light.
light poles, so I think, yeah, I
So
think we got that figured out.
Okay, so going back to the next part, and again, dealing with profile pictures on city social media accounts. And so basically what we're talking about is limiting the logos, emblems, or flags that can be displayed as part of the profile picture on any city social media account. Now, probably most of you are familiar with what the profile picture means on social media accounts. Basically, that's the top, people have some sort of a photo or a display of some kind. Pete, do you have an example of that for our?
Yeah, like for ours with the city main page, it's just the city, Family City USA logo, and that's our profile.
Well, it's more than that though, isn't it? Is it, because we have a picture of, Dave's got an example.
Oh, in the background.
Yeah, the whole
so the
background and
background,
everything.
the header.
Yeah. So basically on our main Facebook page, we've got a kind of a picture or a photo of the auditorium building with the big City of Orem sign. It's got the city logo. That would be the profile picture. So what we're proposing is that in that part of the of your social media page, if you will, that the logo or emblem that are flagged that you could display are limited to these items that are listed up there. Again, the Orem city flag, the city logo, the city seal, United States flag, state flag, ceremonial state flag, armed forces flags, POWMIA flag, UV flag, the official Orem Police and Fire Department badges, and other city logos and badges approved in the Orem City brand usage and style guide approved by the City Council. So you may be wondering, maybe some of you know what that is, that style and usage guide, but basically we have a fairly lengthy document that kind of describes what are the correct ways of displaying the Orem City logo, for example, what that looks like. So really, one of the reasons for this is to sort of, if you will, maybe you could say professionalize or preserve the integrity of the brand for the Orem City logo. So, I mean, I think we all acknowledge that sometimes it might be fun to modify the logo a little bit and do different things with it in a creative way. Those things might be fun, but they might also sometimes impair the integrity or the professionalism, if you will, of the Orem City brand. So this is kind of an attempt to preserve that integrity and professional aspect of the brand. So just to make clear, this only is applicable in this proposal to the profile picture itself. It's not applicable to what can be posted. So, and again, I'm sure you've all seen the city Facebook page or your own Facebook pages.
Like we posted the Orem Farmers.
Exactly.
Right, so
exactly.
it's got the City of Orem government at the top and then the logo.
Yeah, Pete, do you have some examples that you can show of just things that we've posted recently? These are posts. And you'll see that a lot of these will contain logos and emblems of other entities that we're featuring or, promoting, if you will. And these are all things that are of interest to the citizens of Orem, good causes and things that are happening in Orem. So we didn't necessarily want to limit ourselves in being able to make these kinds of posts that have, logos of other entities and so forth. So, and doing that obviously doesn't impair the city's brand or the city's logo.
So do you have any concerns that we formalize this? I mean, you're the one
Not
that does it.
under the way that Steve is proposing it. I think this is very good. It helps professionalize the brand and like he said, preserve the integrity of the city branding. So I fully support this. It would be, if we're trying to stop posting other people's logos and icons in the posts, that would be troubling. because that would limit a lot of what we can do. We partner with a lot of organizations here. You can see we're with the Kiwanis, we're with MAG, we're with the Freedom Festival, with the Inter Valley or Utah Valley Interfaith, we're with the Arbor Day Foundation, the Golden Spoke Memorial Ride. So there's all these groups that we partner with, and we like to promote their stuff as it benefits Orem. And so as long as we keep it to profile pictures, we can continue to do that.
So the one on the right, that was their design.
It was their design.
Yeah.
They got a lot of
So we
flack
got
for
to blow
that.
back on that one.
Yes, they did.
That's kind of goes along with your Space Force.
Yeah.
Well.
You're right.
Well,
It's
not-
clever.
in principle, a post is much more temporary and a profile picture is much more lasting.
Sort of semi-permanent.
Yeah.
So any thoughts or comments on that proposed aspect of the policy?
So like in point at breast cancer awareness, we changed the color to pink, so that would be.
That would not be allowed anymore. So I think if you wanted, yeah, in the profile picture, but if you wanted to do a post on breast cancer, then you could do that as a post, but just not as part of the profile picture. So any other thoughts or comments on that? So what we would propose to do, if everybody feels good about this, we would bring it to you at the next meeting on the 16th and have you adopt this by resolution. And again, that resolution would specifically state that it can only be amended by a subsequent resolution for council. So again, if you want to add or subtract things, you have to come back to a regular meeting to be modified.
That's gonna be the next Tuesday.
Yeah, the 16th. Yeah. I mean, you can put that off if you want, but that was our plan to bring it back next meeting. Please, quiet.
Sounds great.
Sounds great. There's no
You're
opposition.
good.
Let it be written.
Very,
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think it's great to have a standard.
It does add professionalism. I like it.
Sure.
I think it's great.
Okay,
That
so-
was Dave that put Kansas City Chiefs flags on the flagpole.
That's right, that was in fine print.
That's right.
No fine print.
Well, the Chiefs, right? I mean, come on.
Okay, we'll make those changes with regard to the flagpoles you suggested and then bring it back to you on the 16th.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Next up, we've got Orem logo at intersections. Taylor.
Mayor and council, thank you for your time today. My name is Tyler Day. I'm the Public Services Division Manager at Public Works. We've been exploring some creative solutions for helping to rebrand the city with the Family City USA logos. And we've come up with a creative idea that we think would be exciting and something different in the form of thermoplastic logos in the roadways. We've asked Taylor Forbush here, he's our traffic operations section manager, to look into this and see what the cost would be and maybe explore some options to show you today. And Pete Wolfley's been kind enough to create some options, some concepts for what those logos may look like. So we'd like to go through, this is something that you're probably familiar with. We've got local universities, BYU's done this, UVU's done this. We've got some I-15 badging in a few of our lanes throughout the city. But anyway, we'd like to give some time to Taylor to go through a few of these slides to kind of show you what we're working on and gauge what level of support you have for this idea, and then we can open it up for discussion. So thank you.
Thanks for allowing us to be here. So thermoplastic is the same material that we're using for our stop bars and symbols and legends in the road. So it's a product we're familiar with and use all the time. So it's melted down to the road. It lasts for about 5 years before you have to go back and resurface it. UVU has one of these logos at 800 South and State. You can see this size is a 14-foot by 12-foot symbol. They decided to orientate it towards as you're driving to view, so it's at 90 degrees from the way you see it north south. BYU did a 12-foot by 15-foot logo. This one's actually been replaced with a full BYU. And this one's located at University Avenue and University Parkway in Provo. And both of those are state intersections. So Pete came up with some options.
Now let's know that these are just ideas to show you that the sky is the limit. We are not recommending the donut, but it's an option that we have, and maybe it would make sense in a park on a sidewalk where the kids ride their bikes or something, but there's a lot of options out there. The more colors we go, the more expensive it gets, so keep that in mind, but these are just some options of what we're looking at.
So sky is the limit. We can do whatever design we want. We can have them do it bigger, smaller. We can fill up the entire intersection, which would be an enormous cost, but it can be done.
Anything's possible.
We want a donut that can be seen from space.
Is this family city or donuts?
Glow in the dark.
So with the family,
Yeah.
so you've got the one Family City USA, like upside down, is that so that people can, this way will see Family City or?
Yeah, and that could easily be swapped. You know, I was just trying to get it to be a complete circle, but if we want to flip that around.
Okay, I like
it. Letters are up.
Yeah.
These are just display. These aren't the final version by any means. And the colors, we requested some color changes. Their color palette isn't the full gauntlet. You have about 12 to 18 different colors you have to choose from of what they can provide. This is
the square in the middle an option, or is that the strongest logo? Yeah, the gray.
the gray on this one.
Do they have to be circles or?
You can do whatever. Yeah,
So it
we
could
can
be a
do
square.
backgrounds.
It can be.
Yeah, and I have some
Could be a
examples.
wrongness. Could be a wrongness.
This is our intersection right out here, State and Center Street. And this is about to scale. This is what it would look like if we did a 20-foot by 20-foot. 20-foot by 20-foot would cost about $5,300 per intersection with a two-color symbol. So we just put together several different options. There's doing it with just white, no background, just like the BYU one and the UVU symbol.
Can you expand that?
Control plus.
In fact, hold on. I have one zoomed in a little bit better.
That's good.
So that's kind of how it would sit in the intersection. We want to put it where you have the least tire shear over it. So in the middle of the intersection is best. So you have less traffic running over it, so it lasts longer.
You know what the lifespan of those are? Is it 5 years or do we have to wait for them?
They're about 5 years, yeah. And if it's on a really busy road, it might be less because you're just getting so much tire shear over it, it starts to wear it down. But what's nice about thermoplastic is when it does wear down, it's still the same color throughout the whole thickness of the.
So for Orem, it probably lasts 3 years because that's just the way our truck.
Yeah, it could last. Our stop bars last about 5 years. So we try to replace stop bars and crosswalks every cycle that we do an overlay or surface treatment on the asphalt. So this is a black background just to make it contrast more. with the white.
Do the tire tracks work better over certain colors than others?
Yeah,
Or they're
lighter,
all-
lighter colors are gonna show some tire
Show that more.
color over time. We're proposing 3 of the busiest intersections, so 8 North and State, Center and State, and University Parkway and States. But just kind of want to open it up to your discussion, if you like the idea, if you don't, it's.
I mean, how many signs are we doing? The new signs for Orem?
Like the new monument sign.
They're entering into Orem, so maybe put them there with the monument sign on. Why not?
So right
They don't have to be as big, but
it's in the roadway next. to
absolutely. That would be cool.
I like these intersections. These are very heavily traveled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might add, part of the reason we scaled it at 20 foot by 20 foot, you'll notice in that flyover, it almost looks like it's a clip of the photo that's in there, but that's actually a lighter gray pattern in the road because there's less road tire shear in that area. We figured if we scale that to the 20 by 20, we can fit it in that void in the middle of the intersection where we have minimal tire shear and extend the life of that logo as much as we possibly can. We can go bigger. That's kind of the science behind where we chose to scale it the way that we did.
So we we'd have 8 if you did it where the monument signs are, so you'd have 8 or 5 more, or no, I guess 8 more than what you would have there.
Right. And we can certainly do just as you're suggesting, just keep in mind that that logo will no longer be in an island in the middle of the intersection with minimal tire
It'll be
wear.
coming in.
It'll be right in the lane of traffic where we might be replacing those every 2.5, 3 years. Who knows?
I think
Maybe
that's
you've
what
got
I'm
this sign there already, so we can add more
I
somewhere
think
else.
you're on a makeup point. That's what I'm trying to.
Just something to keep in mind.
So, and this is for 2-color, $5,300 for the 2-color. Is 4-color twice as much, or is it kind of graded? So we looked at adding additional colors to that.
The 8 color one, the donut version was about just over 10,000, so you don't.
That one by Krispy Kreme, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't.
How about 4-color?
4-color, we didn't get a quote for that, but it'd be more than the 2 and less.
Yes, we.
So I
You
gave
can
it
assume right there, that'll probably between the 2.
P our full formal logo kind of covers. 3 colors. So 3 plus a background.
That's good.
Yeah. Would probably be in that.
I mean, if you really want to pop somewhere, that's 3-color, 4-color.
Yeah.
Do it.
You could do the 3 main intersections of 4-color, maybe some of the ones that he's talking about in the 2.
I'm just saying you have the sign, but I mean, people know if they're driving normal, they're going over Orem. I don't know.
If you did it like 3 feet by 3 feet, then.
No, you'd have one big one on over.
Right in the very middle where nobody's.
I think it was our streets.
They vary. But
Yeah, they very,
How wide is a typical lane?
love people. So you wanna go and complete the wheel path.
So it'll be like 30 feet. It's a 3 lane.
And
Because if you did want to keep branding, you would go with the colors of the flag pretty much.
yeah, I like that.
You could also do the high school colors if you have an intersection at the high school, I don't know.
Just
Like
another
Mountain
thing to be
View or-
aware of is your colors may blend into the asphalt color. The State Street's concrete, other roads are asphalt, so the grade of your logo might not.
But we're changing our flag, right?
And then coordinating, of course, with paving with UDOT.
Yeah,
You're-
it's very important.
Making sure you're doing
Yeah, we don't
that
waste our
right.
money and have people.
Okay.
Luckily, the state ones are all, most of them are in concrete, and the ones that aren't are brand new.
Okay. The intersections are concrete
Yeah,
for the most part.
yeah, for the state ones, University Parkway and state, there might be some asphalt in there, but it's fairly new asphalt, so.
I just think the amount of people that travel through Orem that don't live here. No, you're just making a statement, so that'd be my
It
point.
sounds like there's essentially a 5-foot space in between the wheels that may avoid.
So you could do 5, 5, and 5, 3 lengths or what? I think something different, I mean, you start doing it, I think other cities will start copying, probably.
Do we have a
Thank you.
budget? Cause I say if we can put
Yeah, it's me.
50,000 for it, see how many we can get. I don't know, is there a budget?
We're all looking to Brandon.
If it will stop this discussion, we'll see.
Typical.
So right now, we're working on, we're almost done with adding fence and monument entrance sign at east end of University Parkway. We have been updating South State Street, West University Parkway. We've updated West Center Street. But ones we still need to add and that we are have a budget proposal is for East Center Street, North State Street, and East 800 North.
And how much do you think of our carryover? We can only carry so many percentages from our budget.
I mean, it'll be a big number for this fiscal year. So right now, obviously we're trying to save as much of that as possible to make sure we have
Sure.
the money we need for the complete city center. But, it was a 2 or 3 type of deal, obviously.
Well, they're like 12.5, is that what the cost was? 12,500 was the monument sign?
The monument sign stuff we already have covered.
That's
covered.
Maybe let's chat about this.
Yeah. But it's a good idea to have.
And maybe we put 25,000 for it, so
Because
we can.
we also have some benches they want at community park.
Yeah.
For our seniors.
Yeah.
Have asked for those. Yeah, Brandon, we gotta talk to you about money, but yeah.
I like the idea.
We could at least get started.
Yeah, we can.
Yep.
Let's do it. Start with the 3 and see if we like them, and then we can do more.
We like it, it's good ideas.
Start with the 3 major intersections and expand from there.
Yeah.
No, I want 8.
We could probably fit that in. Figure it out.
Okay.
Or maybe we do one, and see how it looks with your.
The closest to my house, and
On 8th North,
So maybe we do 4 and see if we like it.
or maybe we think of what another.
Do we have the creative freedom to do what we're gonna do, or do you guys wanna?
We'll wanna see it.
We wanna see.
but I think the mayor wants something.
So, no.
Great.
Sorry, Renee and
I don't imagine you were ready to make that call
particular
now.
about colors, we get very particular about colors.
But to that point, I think
Less credibility with the donut.
I think the branding is very important, right?
Right.
Right,
And I mean, we've got the flag color, we've got that whole design. If we want more pop,
Yep.
having that, so I think we want to get as much pop as we can. You can see it, plus we want our branding to be super consistent, so
Yes.
Hey, can we do the 3D? Just love the street.
we could do like the Star Wars.
National Day over. So I agree with Mayor, I think just initial guidelines and maybe you guys is just, stick with our branding
Yes.
for the center and with the color.
And we still haven't figured out our flag, right? So when maybe we figure out that might lead us into.
Maybe that leads us to the flag, because what will pop on that?
Well, don't we already have colors, aren't we, shades of blue and yellow, isn't that our
We do,
colors right
yeah.
now?
Which that one you had was almost there, right? You just needed one more color. The sun, the mountains. Maybe not.
Yeah,
But
the
this-
colors won't be exactly what our colors are, just because their color palette is limited, but they'll be close.
I say we have a good
And would the
start.
city be able to do it, or you have to, somebody's doing it?
We can do it in the house.
You can do it in-house.
Yeah,
We
because
would
you have to
install it.
color.
We would purchase the product and install it in-house, yeah.
Taylor, I've heard rumor that an overlay north this summer, so just double check with you before you guys put it down.
Thank you.
Can I just say that I appreciate, you know, Taylor and down for traffic ops team being willing to come up with, you know, new creative ideas, match, you know, our staff down to, you know, our organization, they hear your council areas of focus and it gets applied fun, new, creative ways as so I love that this is fun evidence of trying to align with areas of focus and came up with it.
Yeah, and bringing your creativity and your knowledge of that. I like it.
Yeah, no, I think it's perfect. I mean, if you look at where we're going, you know, with all the monument signs and with these, I mean, it'll have a whole different feel, you know, as you enter into the city, so I think it'll be awesome.
Well, we appreciate your support. It's been fun. We'll take that as a yes, and we'll start putting together some concepts and maybe review those later when you guys get closer to your final flag decision, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we've got rental dwelling license with Ryan Clark.
While Pete's loading that, if you do happen to drive by the monument sign heading down the hill of the Provo or coming up by IHOP on the Parkway, they've been removed. The old logos have been removed, and we're waiting on a company to come out and sandblast those concrete monuments and resurface them because the old logo didn't come off very well. So they look really bad right now, but we've got a contractor coming to clean those up, and then we'll put the new signs on them. So. Mayor and Council, based on our discussion at our last meeting about the the rental dwelling license program, we took your recommendation and have modified the code, and I just wanted to share that with you tonight. As a reminder, we talked about eliminating the ongoing annual fee for an accessory dwelling unit. So we've changed the licensing fee here. We're proposing it to say the owner of a house with a legal accessory dwelling unit is required to pay the licensing fee for the initial license application and is not required to pay the licensing fee on an ongoing annual basis. And then to clarify, Councilmember Millet brought up what happens if it's sold. We've added, if a house with a legal ADU is sold to a new owner, the new owner is required to apply for a new license and pay the initial application fee. If this looks okay to you, we bring this forward in a formal meeting for an ordinance adoption, and that would be our adjustment going forward next year. So if there's any feedback, positive, negative, or direction, I'd appreciate it.
I think it solves the problem we were, you know, with the people who, you know, had their family living with them or whatever. So I think that solves the problem.
Again, our goal of getting the unit, first off, we make sure it's legal and then they register it. That was our goal, is to know they existed. So when neighbors call and complain, we can let them know that, hey, yeah, it's a legal unit. Oh, no, it's not. Let's make sure we work with them to make sure it's legal. So I just gave you guys like 12 minutes of time.
It looks good.
We're good. Okay.
So just so you're aware, so because obviously the ordinance hasn't passed to later today when we do the tentative budget in a meeting, that budget does not include this change. So once this is approved, then in our adopted budget, obviously we would then incorporate that into that adopted budget.
That'll be in our final budget.
Sounds good. Thank you. Let's give a prize for whoever does that. You say this one. Okay, next up, we've got item number 5, business safety and neighborhood refresh grant. And Jared Reach, represent that. Jared, would you like to introduce the rest of your group?
Yeah. So I'm Detective Weech with the Owen Police Department, been there about 16 years. We have Anna Matthews, who's now over I guess in conjunction with our COP program and NIT, and then Kathy Lewis over here. So she's over the business OBA sector. I'll say while he's getting that set up is I'm all in favor of having the donut one, especially outside.
Where do you want it, Jared? Where do you want it?
Staying close by the police department.
I get in trouble.
Hey, it's okay. I mean, we call them power rings, so. That's great.
Don't ruin your credibility before you even start the presentation.
Yeah, I already did, so. It's all good. So we're here to talk about the business safety and security grant. This kind of came from the police department side of things, where we're taking a more proactive approach instead of being reactive. We're trying to think of what we can be to be proactive in the realm of the criminal aspect of criminal mischief, burglaries, thefts that we're having in the city. We're seeing a lot of uptick in crime, especially with COVID that was happening. We saw a lot of businesses that kept getting hit over and over again. So what we looked into was we needed funds to do that. So the neighborhood improvement, what is it?
Neighborhood in action.
Yes, that's right. Neighborhoods in action. There was a fund that was already there with an account of $62,970. So spoke to the city manager last year. He thought it was a great idea to take that funding and use it towards this grant program that we have. So.
So the business safety and security grant program would use $40,000 of this current matching grant funding and award between 20 and 40 different small business grants in the amount of anywhere between $250 to $2,500 to qualifying businesses that are in Orem. And it would be for business owners in Orem only. It'd be need-based and targeted to those businesses that have had theft problems, vandalism, that have had burglaries against their businesses. And if this becomes an ongoing business, then businesses can only apply for it every 3 to 5 years. And the grants would be reimbursable based on receipt, or it could be paid directly to the vendor with an invoice. It will have an application process, an approval process, and we're just now finishing up the policy and procedures manual. And that's just to make sure that it's a fair and equitable way that we're administering these grants. And so it really supports the intent of the program to improve the safety and security for Orem. And a 5-member board would be put in place and they would determine the grant awards. And as part of this process, a property inspection would take place by a community-oriented police officer, such as Detective Beach or one of the team, to help determine if that business qualifies and to help advise the business on how to adequately use those funds. Is it lighting? Is it safety and security? And some of the examples are like deadbolts, landscaping, security systems, extra lighting, security cameras, those types of things.
So the neighborhood refresh program, which is part of this, would take about 20,000 of those funds and would provide grants to resident homeowners up to about $500 to help with minor safety, maintenance, and landscape needs. The program would be for Orem only homeowners. We would target people that are a little more low income, living in target neighborhoods, or struggling with nuisance code compliance. Almost every day my NIT officers get, well, I don't have the money to do that. And so we can say, well, we have this grant program. Now you have the money to do that. They could receive a grant every 3 to 5 years. And this grant program could also be used by our Orem neighborhood commission. So if there was something in their district that they wanted to do, a project or something in their district, they could also apply for these funds for those districts. They'll be reimbursable as well. Priority will be given to exterior projects, not interior projects, because we want to make sure that, you know, our neighborhoods are looking well. There'll be an application process. NIT will actually act as the loan or grant committee on this, and they'll be doing the inspections as well. This can be used for security, sprinkling systems, landscaping, fence repair, porch, paint, junk removal organization, things like that.
So the amount of the 60,000, 20,000 of that's gonna go to the neighborhood section of it, and then the 40,000 would go over to the business safety and security. With that, the projected annual savings would be around 166,000, with 106,000 being annual net savings. The way we came up with that was we basically looked at the amount of cases that the NIT officers had, the police officers had, and that the ALJ judge was dealing with, and based that off of hours and cost of the wages, and we came up with it, totaling 106,000. You could see the different areas with the police department saving around $62,000. That would be in calls and responses that we're sending officers out to.
So we've passed this by the Orem Neighborhood Commission, and they're recommending that we use this funding for these different programs.
So we believe that one of the benefits of the Business Safety and Security Grant Program really is to contribute to the council's goal of a thriving and balanced business environment. It also supports the economic development strategic plans, goals of strengthening business, entrepreneurship and innovation, business retention and attraction efforts. And we believe that it really supports an improved and strengthened rapport between businesses and the Orem Police Department. It would contribute to safer business areas that can lead to an increase, for example, in business patronage, higher property values, better employee retention, more resident pride in businesses, and generally a greater quality of life for residents in the city of Orem. And it may also happen that businesses might see their neighbor improving their exterior of their business, and it might cause them to want to bring up and create some improvements in their own business too. It would help draw new businesses to Orem when we see that it's improved in their safety. And just by way of information, no CDBG funds will be used in the Business Safety and Security Grant Program.
Neighborhood benefits, as it meets the council's goals, safe, livable, engaged, and connected neighborhoods. It gives the neighborhood improvement team another tool in their compassionate toolbox. It helps create positive relationships between residents, neighborhood improvement team, and the city. It helps with blighted homes and properties are brought to a community standard, helping increase neighborhoods' safety, stability, and image. Better neighborhoods lead to increased home ownership, higher property values, more citizen participation, more resident retention, and greater quality of life. It encourages, like Kathy said, in businesses, it encourages other neighbors to repair and revitalize their properties. This is an effective, well-known revitalization technique. When I worked in neighborhood housing several years ago, if we would paint a house on a corner, all of a sudden the house up the street would get painted and this house up the street would get painted. It's an interesting thing that happens that way. And then it will help us leverage some of our CDBG funding, private dollars, and in-kind donations, providing for greater change in the neighborhoods.
So this time, it's just basically a trial one-time grant program, but if it does become an ongoing program, here's some different ideas to possibly enlarge the program, to do a matching grant, to utilize volunteer support, for example, from the city's preservation team program, United Way, different nonprofit organizations, maybe BYU and UVU. We can possibly research supplemental funding such as from Home Depot or AARP. We could also leverage CDBG funding and other federal and state dollars and programs whenever possible.
I think this is just another way to bridge that gap between the residents and businesses when we go out to those calls and respond to a burglary or whatnot. Instead of just taking that report and just saying, hey, tough luck, we'll try to catch the bad guy. It's more of like, we do have this grant available. That could be something that can be relayed to them through our officers, so they know that we as a police department aren't just trying to be reactive, but we're going to be more proactive in what we can do to make these businesses safer and the residents safer. So
is that just going to be word of mouth, or how else would you market it for to get that information to businesses and to the citizenry.
For businesses, we're going to launch this in July at our Orem Business Alliance Lunch and Learn monthly event. That's the second Tuesday of every month at 11:30. And so Detective Weech will come and he and I will kind of tag team and present it to businesses. We'll probably also send it out in our emails that we send out to our local businesses. We'll put it on the Economic Development website and possibly even through the city's Facebook, whatever we can do to get the business part of it.
So I can think of some businesses that I don't know if you're in communication with them or not, but that might benefit from this thing type of program. I guess that's my question. Do you know if they're on your email list or they come to these luncheons, or, you know, are there ways to say, you know, maybe we knock a door and say, might benefit from this?
The businesses that are on our email list are the current licensed businesses in Orem, and then also additional businesses that want to be part, you know, aren't necessarily from Orem, but are in the region, but this program would be only for Orem business licensed businesses, and
But
so.
if you have businesses you want to
Yes.
send to Kathy, she can proactively reach out to them.
Absolutely, I could do a special email, special invitation to our business event in July that would help them to understand.
Because a lot of times they're just so busy, the small business owner, right? Just doing their business.
Yep.
That they don't come to the
That's true.
luncheons and things that that's great. And I think you, frankly, Kathy, I've watched what you've done and you're doing a fantastic job.
I don't think we'll be marketing it a lot. We'll be using it as a tool with our NIT, and we'll put it on our resident resources page and neighborhood page, but those will go pretty fast if we market it too quickly.
And
So,
that's the thing, is
we'll
we really
use
want
it.
to go to the ones in need.
Right.
Right? That's your
Right.
goal too? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
That's our goal.
It's a security-based program, right? So those most likely to have issues with security or where you really want to go, and the police should know. You know, where those
Exactly.
places are, and anyway, and you're gonna have a very limited supply, so
Mhm.
that seems like you would proactively try and figure out who would benefit the most.
And also those who have had reports of theft
Right.
and vandalism done on their property and that could really use it, that it would be.
I'll just emphasize that this would be with existing dollars. And so then we would do this, it's our recommendation to do this, essentially use these existing dollars as a proof of concept and report back. Works as well as we hope that come back with, you know, hopefully requests for ongoing dollars from.
There may be other grant programs you can tap into to help this go faster too.
That's my question, Ken, is 20,000 enough? For right now, it'll be okay, because we can use CDBG dollars for some of this as well, yeah.
Any other questions?
And just kind of basic, I'm guessing, these are owner occupied the homeowners. that
Yeah,
you're
they will be
targeting.
home.
It is all
Owner
occupied.
occupied, there will not be landlords and renters,
Assistance.
at least on the
Just to
neighborhood
clarify.
side, yeah.
Wonderful. I like your reach out for volunteers through some of those other, that's often the sticking point, right? So that's great.
Do you have some thoughts on what you will do to, so when we come back a year from now, to determine if this was effective or I need more money, or have you got ways to be accountable?
So we have our crime analysis, Bryson, who is actually the one that pulled all the numbers for us. So we hope to go back in a year's time, and once that's in place, and kind of see if some of those high crime areas have lowered because of lighting or security cameras or whatnot. So,
Okay.
so we could go back and look at those numbers.
And then we can also look at how quickly NIT cases resolve, you know, so that's something else that we could look at is, you know, it's not going to ALJ now, it's not going to citation. It's resolved because we're able to help them fix their sprinkler or whatever needs to be done.
Right.
So.
And we also have a polling system that we do at our Orem Business Alliance lunches, so that's an option to ask if any of the business have participated in the program, if they give us feedback, or we could send a poll out as we keep track of those businesses that have, you know, had an opportunity to partake in the program, to ask them for feedback and made a difference
Yeah,
in their business.
I think that'd be great. But I do think that's an important part of the program, so if you got something you can measure by next year.
Great.
It's
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Item number 6, appoint Chris Pease to New Boss Special District Service or Special Service District.
Mayor, council, appreciate the time. I don't have a presentation, pretty quick. I've been serving as the board representative for the city of Orem on Nuvas, which is a special service district that we participate along with, I believe it's 14 other cities. It's the North Utah Valley Animal Shelter. So basically, think of Orem North all the way out to Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, even the small Cedar Ford out there has a representative. It's been great. It's been a great experience. The biggest push right now is to train my people. I am over the animal control. Chris Pease has been with the city now 5 years. He did 14 years with Sandy City as an animal control officer prior to working for Orem. He's shown an interest in getting more involved with the animal shelter, having more of a direct knowledge will be definitely beneficial for the city as well. And so, yeah, we've talked with Chief Adams, and he's good with the proposal to make Chris the board representative. I'd still have direct contact with him as far as the financial stuff and whatnot to budget, as far as making sure, working with Brandon and different things as far as that goes, fees or whatnot. But he's got my support, and we're just looking for a resolution to get him appointed as the new boss board representative for the city of Orem. So any questions about what that is, what it looks like? So there's really not a time frame, and so what will actually happen is we will appoint him as a board member through the county, but I will also still be a board member. So what a lot of the cities are doing now is they're doing two. So there's a lot of times I'll go to it, and other people have conflicts, right? Other cities, people can't attend, and so then we don't have a quorum. And then if you don't have a quorum, we have no voting power to make things changes. So most of the cities are following suit. What we're looking to do as far as add an additional board member, as far as that goes. And we've approved that through our legal representation with who represents the special service district as well.
So, my question is like I know we had a lot of emails last year, the year before about the animal shelter and how they euthanize animals. I mean, would it be something that would be beneficial for the council to do a tour to the animal shelter to see really what's going on? And I mean, there are a lot of animals that are strays, and and maybe how that process is, because I don't know. I mean, I would be interested. I'm a pet owner, right? And just maybe that might be good information. I don't know if anybody else wants that, but
Yeah, I'd be interested.
I just think that then we at least, if we're getting emails, at least we can answer questions. So we really know how it works, right? Because we had a lot of them from, how they were euthanizing animals, and was it humane and everything, and that, I mean, we want to make sure it is and things are right. So that might be something we can set up and have a nice tour.
I made a note, I'm a big fan of site tours.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely work with Brandon. We can get something set up. And just to follow up with what you're talking about, the last year, there was a lot of emails being circulated, people from mainly not within Utah County, out of state, very activists, based on Nuvas was still operating with as the gas chamber, was euthanizing animals with the gas chamber. That has been shut down. They have switched over to euthanasia by injection. And so they're following the updated guidelines from the term, but Humane Society and the other organizations that are recommending type of euthanasia. So
I hope we just get a better educational background on exactly how they work. And
absolutely. I think Tug Getling, we are the fiduciary for the shelter. And so we work directly with him. Brandon works tirelessly with him as far as budget goes. And so that would be a great thing to have that connection.
Any other questions? Okay,
Awesome. So we're all good then. We can proceed with the resolution, Steve. I'm guessing for the 16th. I'm guessing we're meeting next. So awesome. Thanks, Mayor, Council. Brent, appreciate your time.
thank you. All right. You guys prefer? We're way early.
You almost told us that.
I'm recording on my
Well, Ryan does.
I think we've gone through.
Yeah, I'm happy to pray. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to have to come and enjoy this meal that's been provided. We appreciate that that has been prepared and the one prepared. Good to attend us this evening as we carry on with the business of the city. We appreciate those who work for the city and those who govern. We are grateful for this opportunity to live in America and the freedoms that we do enjoy. We ask you save us the blessings in thy holy name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Not too bad.
You could. Are we doing any more logos?
Very positive.
Yes, sir, we are.
That's okay. It seemed like a question, but it wasn't. I'm trying to help.
But I came, Steve.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. That's bad.
Yeah, they're all the same.
You don't like the sun, like great. You don't want roads like your map. So the sun, 3 weeks ago, ran 100 miles race. 24 hour race. I don't know which one that was, but then we just ran all those and went over. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't know how you guys do that speed. You must have good knees.
Got there. I don't know, it's just it's all the same. Looks like it's betas, everything. Yeah. There you go.
And they are.
I gotta watch this
Just watch, don't even. So I'm sorry, are you?
No, I'm
I'm on my keto diet, but this is still healthy. Oh, yeah, I'm back. I don't want as much steam, I'm trying to, but when Julie says I'm fat, I can't keep up with her. Oh, yes.
I can't imagine.
I think I can.
She's too sweet. I think I can.
I got a funny story. It was
I think I got it right.
but you can pour it over.
Did you, is it fried?
It is breaded and then the other.
Okay.
But he goes, oh, you're really good. So she's having that.
I've been on campus, I'm
We're there. The baker's right there.
Now, we try to renew. I don't think it was not think about that.
Well, that's fine.
Julie says that.
I'm thinking, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Get real, get messy.
I mean, like, and it came like, I mean, she was in the parking lot. She had a contraction. It was Hannah. She had a contraction in the parking lot. Dropped her knees. And then he goes, don't push, I mean, the babies are so.
Oh, my
All the girls just tear. Boys.
Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Trying to put something you like to start with,
I'm
you
gonna
care. You like to share or you care.
Good to go.
I want to sign.
But you know, the problem is. That's fine.
Here's the next document instead of staff.
So. Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah. I mean, but there's a point in time where. Oh, yeah.
No, whatever.
Yeah, but it is. Yeah, it's not bad. Haven't tried the cherry apple chicken. You want to really blow your diet? I'll give you my rice. No, I remember that is. Yeah, I'm not good. I've been on it. This is my second week. I was down 3.5 pounds. First week. Eat broccoli, cauliflower. That's what I do now. Yeah, it's not easy to do. I try to do it. I love those things. Potato chips. How do you get tires cheese? Oh, man. Oh, all right. The problem is, those would be like apple, you got cheese. I got my, I always say. When I come, I go. But he's on a kill that too.
I just think of that movie on Netflix. Have you ever seen that? Space Force. Oh my God.
I've been waiting patiently.
Really? You do patience then?
Yes, I do. In one way or another.
All right, welcome back after our dinner break. Let's go through the agenda, but first we're gonna let.
Do you want me to
Chrissy,
report?
yes, if you'd like to report.
Dave's sleeping already. So I serve on 6 different commissions. So the first one, I think we've heard a lot about, and that's the CDBG commission. I just want to say Ken is doing a great job targeting those funds to areas of need in our community. We get the frequent reporting to our city council meeting, and that's just, they're doing great guns there, doing good things. Public Works Commission. One of the things I want to highlight is that our Public Works Department is coordinating our capital improvement projects for the streets. They're coordinating that with streets to make sure that when they do some upgrades or maintenance on the streets, that the utilities in that area are in good shape. So kind of what we were talking about before, just so it's a comprehensive plan to better serve our residents. I'm on the Library Advisory Commission. We're beginning our summer reading program, which is always very popular. We have had some great donations for prizes from our local businesses.
What's your theme this year?
I don't know the theme. Remember?
I do.
All together now.
I cannot.
All
remember.
together now.
All together now. Okay, thank you, Pete, for doing that. Over the last year, our traffic in the library has increased by 20%, which is really good. And then one other wonderful project coming out in the next 6 months. In about 6 months, they will have lockers at the Hillcrest Park area. So someone can check out a book and it will be delivered to lockers in that area where the residents can go pick up their book there.
That's
So
awesome.
that's amazing. That
Great
was
idea.
Brilliant. Appreciate Bryce and our library.
Will that be in the gym area or where will that be in Hillcrest?
It'll actually be outdoors, so you can do 24/7 pickup, sort of like those Amazon lockers you've
Oh,
seen
okay.
around. So they'll be able to check it out online, and then we can remove the transportation barrier for them. They can just get over there and get their book.
Do you give them a code or how does it work?
Yep, and so once you enter the code that's to your locker, that's when it checks it out to you and you become responsible for it.
Okay,
So that's pretty amazing.
that's great.
Really excited.
Very forward thinking. Thanks to our library employees there. I also serve on the UCC board. We've just really been communicating via email, going over financial statements. The UCC Youth Center is what that entails, and they're just having some great activities there with our community and involve our community there down at UVU. Let's see. And I think the last one is our Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. We had a great presentation by our chair, Lon, who went through and had a slideshow of a lot of the historic buildings in Orem, and he had some great information on those. We're working to preserve that information, maybe do a guided tour, a self-guided tour through the community and with some of the history there to preserve that before it's gone. Another really exciting thing is we have had a member of our community put forth an idea for a women's and children's monument idea here in Orem. So that's just in the very beginning stages. They're looking for grants to kind of make that happen. But yeah, great things. Those are in a nutshell, those are my commissions. What's going on?
Good, well, thank you. I think you won the award
Yeah, you
for the
had the
most
most.
commissions, right?
I did, yeah, I'm not sure how that, well, I didn't do Neighborhood Advisory Commission. I shared that
she's
with
got
Jeff.
another
I do have one more. I shared that one with Jeff. And the one thing I do want to say, our last meeting that we had, I was very impressed with our neighborhood improvement team. They are really doing a great job. We're helping residents, as we saw from the presentation tonight, to just beautify Orem and revitalize Orem. So I serve with Jeff on that.
So when you took over Brent Sumner's stuff, did he have all these?
He, all but one, I think I joined CDBG, he didn't have that, and he didn't have neighborhood advisory.
Oh, okay.
So I got this.
Well,
Yeah, I think we might do a little rearranging
yeah, I
next
would
year.
rearrange that.
I'm good.
No, you're not. You're gonna have to rearrange. Anyway, thank you.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll just run through the agenda. Item number 3, call to order. Item number 4, location. And who's, people are these?
There's a little bit of trust me.
Okay. Do you want to just say something? Have them come up? Okay. Mayor's report. Personal appearances. Consent items. We just got one thing on the consent items, approval of meeting minutes. And item 9, we've got scheduled items. We've got a public hearing. Thank goodness. This is on go-kart tracks, indoor only. So we'll be talking about that. We've got a resolution, 9.2 resolution, request for conditional use permit. That's for that group we've been talking about for a while, for Brady's Place. We got 9.3 public hearing resolution, adopting for the Orem fiscal year tentative budget.
Been waiting all day, Brandon.
We got
$10 if you do 10 minutes.
yeah.
Losing that.
If you up the ante, it might be better. $10.
So when we do the budget, so we
You can
got,
pop it in.
we've got public hearing and resolution. We get to do both, or we'll just do the public hearing and come back to the resolution. As far as a vote.
So what's the question on 9.3 still?
Yeah, 9.3.
Public hearings or is it a resolution or is it?
It's not actually a public hearing.
It's not.
It's not a public hearing. It's just, I thought it was not. I thought the actual adoption of the final budget is a public hearing. But the tentative is, I was looking at the state code, I didn't see that.
We've always done it.
Okay, we've always done it, but it's probably not required to be a public hearing. Okay, so.
Okay, so that one we'll have a presentation, we'll have a public hearing. Oh, we're not gonna, we're not voting though, right?
Yeah, you are
So we're-
voting to adopt the tentative
Tentative.
budget. Then you'll adopt the final budget, I think, in June sometime.
Okay,
And you'll set the date for the public hearing, to consider the final, or to adopt the final budget.
The resolution has that language.
Yeah.
in it.
so this will be a resolution to accept this tentative budget, and then we'll vote.
And the scheduling.
The final one, I think, is actually ordinance, if I remember correctly.
What's
I
that?
think the adoption is actually.
Okay,
Yes, well, you can do it by resolution or ordinance, yeah,
that'll be in this presentation, then, setting the date.
probably.
Yes. Brandon will explain what they. To set the date.
I mean, what you're doing, you approve the tentative budget, in case something happens, you have a budget that's been approved that we can operate on come July 1. For whatever reason, we're unable to adopt the budget come June.
Okay.
It then allows, by adopting the budget, then you also then have, from now until that date, to ask questions, look it over, come up with, maybe there's some adjustments you want to make, anything like that, that you would then bring forward as part of that June 13th meeting. And you would bring that into that meeting and vote on, not only adopting, but if there's a change you want to make, voting on that change as part of that adoption of the budget. Okay.
We'll have a public hearing for that also, sounds like.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thanks. Item 9.4, resolution notifying Utah County of Orem's intent to submit opinion questions to Orem voters regarding renewal of care tax. Okay.
Adam was asking if it's similar language to what it was 8 years ago.
So all this is not the resolution to put the item on the ballot to renew it. We have to notify the county of our intent before we can do a resolution, place it on the ballot.
Okay.
Then they have 60 days to get back to us and say, we're gonna do our own care tax or we're not. And so basically, it's just a preliminary step before we get to the next step, which is actually doing a resolution, putting it on the ballot.
specifying all those things, the allocations and all
Are
that.
they thinking about doing their own?
Not that I've heard, it's just a step that state law requires us to take.
So we'll discuss that resolution and then we'll vote if we want to do that.
Yes, I would suggest that we vote to do that right away because we have a timeline we have to still meet.
Right.
So this gives us plenty of wiggle room, but we don't want to delay.
We got number 10, financial summary.
Just information.
Right. Item 11, city manager information items.
I just have to take it. There's two council meeting birthdays to celebrate. Got Councilmember Lamson, who chose his tree, but then, I mean, I don't know why, but we've never like celebration after council meeting for when the city has its birthday. So city turned 104 on May 4th, so we have some cake coming. I think we have enough, even if some of the public wants to come over.
This is a double benefit. This will make you feel really happy.
I was gonna say, I'm not anywhere near. I'm doing pretty spry.
I just want David Austin to come and sing his Orem's turning 104.
I can turn that song on if you'd like to.
Yeah, I
have it
would.
saved on my phone.
Really fun. But he needs to change the 100 to 104.
Then we're gonna adjourn to a meeting of the Orem Redevelopment Agency.
So the RDA is a separate legal entity from the city, so therefore it has to have it as its own board, which is you, but you act in a different title capacity. Chairman of the board, etc. So we have to open that meeting and then there's a budget obviously for the RDA. And we will have a short presentation for that as well as I think approving the minutes from last year.
Usually when you do that, you usually give 3 or 4 minutes for people to leave after the city council meeting, or want to leave, or does the one usually stay?
I will just stay there. Well, I guess because you do have an item after me, so I guess I will jump up and come back on, I guess. But people are obviously welcome to come and go as they.
So we'll just adjourn and we'll keep going.
Yeah, it's usually done.
Then we've got item 14, RDA scheduled items, public hearing for resolution and
Same concept as the regular budget.
A lot of votes tonight. Adjourn to a meeting of the Orem Special Service Lighting District. And item 16, approval of the SSLD meeting minutes. And then we've got item 17, SSLD scheduled items, public hearing resolution. Budget for that. Adjourn to a meeting of the forum, my goodness. Adjourn to a meeting of the Orem Municipal Building Authority. Consent items.
There is no budget for the MBA, there's no activity, no budget, so it's just a matter of approving minutes and basically holding the board meeting, the required board meeting to, in essence, for it to continue being a legal entity.
All right, and then we have our fourth and final adjournment after that.
So everybody makes a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, everybody.
All 4 of them.
What, any questions? Okay, adjourn this meeting to. For this.
The next one.
Please go forward.
Okay.
I'll just tell you. From like
Test, 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 test.
That one may work.
Test, test. Test. Test, test. Test, test.
We're in the word the prayer.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no,
We're just the prayer.
You had to dress up for that.
We didn't either.
We weren't sure, so we're like.
I think you'll be fine.
All right.
Is that you? Oh. We'd like to welcome you tonight and call this meeting to order. We're going to start out with an invocation by Taylor Canlin and a pledge of allegiance by Jacqueline Canlin. And Jeff invited these folks here, so if you'd like to welcome them.
Yeah, we'd like to thank Taylor and Jackie for doing this evening. Taylor and Jackie are longtime Orem residents. They have 6 children and are the proud parents of those wonderful children. All of them, well, almost all of them have gone to Orem High, and one is still in junior high, working their way there. But Taylor and Jackie have always been great pillars in the community of service. And so we're grateful that they're here this evening. I do just have to say something about Taylor. Some of you might remember a couple of years ago, I showed up with a really good black eye from playing basketball. Taylor was the man that shared that with me. So in spite of that, we still are good friends and love each other. So thanks for being here tonight, guys.
Our dear Father in heaven, we're so grateful to be able to begin these proceedings tonight with a word of prayer. We're grateful for this wonderful city, for the great nation and state that we have the opportunity to be a part of. We're grateful for each person serving here tonight and across our community. And we ask thy Spirit to be with us this evening. Throughout the deliberations, bless these wonderful men and women and their families as they're away from them. Bless that we'll be able to hear one another, understand the needs of our community members, and address them with wisdom beyond our own. We pray for all those wonderful people throughout our community, especially those who have difficult and troublesome needs. Help us to be able to lift one another's burdens and help one another along our way. We love thee, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 7, personal appearances, and we don't have any requests tonight for personal appearances, so we'll move on. Item number 8.1, consent items. We've just got on our consent items the approval of meeting minutes for April 11th and April 25th.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes for April 11th and April 25th.
Second.
Aye.
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 The consent items are approved. Thank you. Now we'll move to scheduled items. Item number 9.1. We've got a public hearing. And this is a tongue twister, amending section 22-11-49C, permitted uses in the PD 36 zone to add SLU code 7233 go-kart tracks indoor only, as a permitted use in the PD 36 zone located generally at 1439 North, 1380 West. And Jason, our Assistant Development Services, would like to present that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not used to it going so quick, so sorry about that. So the PD 36 zone, which is out on Geneva Road, as you know, was developed, the PD zone itself was developed several years ago. It was designed to have multiple uses. In there originally, the idea was to have an office building next to I-15, have some retail along Geneva Road, and then have some facilities in between office warehousing and things. It's turned out that the owner has developed it as office warehouse. There is some ability to do some additional retail next to Geneva Road, but the owner of the property to the north has recently, it's been a year or so, that came in and actually, this thing will work. Anyway, the property to the north was purchased by the developer here tonight and rezoned to the PD 36 would also allow office warehouse. And he's chosen to develop office warehouse, 3 different office buildings. And what he's proposing is to amend the ordinance. And for some reason, my computer is not working. Try it again. Amend the ordinance to allow a land use code to allow go-karts in that facility. If you look at your ordinance, it does have several uses, like I mentioned, hotels, not hotels, but office buildings, restaurants, fast food, all those types of things are permitted. So it's consistent with the other uses that are there. He wants to take part of his building, about a third of one of the buildings, and lease it to a tenant that's going to put a go-kart track and some other virtual reality type games and things in there. They're all electric, so there'll be no exhaust or fumes like that. So and they have 348 parking stalls in there as well. So staff and the Planning Commission has made a positive recommendation that be approved. Staff supports that decision, knowing that there's a lot of parking. 348 is a lot for an office warehouse type development. So we don't. Yes, control. Sorry, I don't know why my computer's not. Anyway, the one day I need my computer doesn't work, right? So anyway, so the Planning Commission made a recommendation. We're simply adding the SLU code for the go-karts, which is the 7233, into the list of permitted uses, and that's what they're proposing tonight. So the Planning Commission did make a recommendation. I'd be glad to address any questions. If I get this going, I'll be able to show you some pictures as well. But,
so is this inside the building?
Inside the building,
track?
Yes. It'll be indoors. Like I say, the go-karts are electric, so there'd be no issues with that. I think there's only 12 total go-karts on the track at one time, so it's a pretty limited use. We're not talking, 50 or 60 like you would typically want to think. But so it's going to be limited as far as the number. There are some peripheral, games and different things as well. So it will attract some others to play those games while they're waiting maybe to get on the track and stuff. But
does it take up the entire office warehouse?
It takes up a third of one of the larger buildings.
And how big is that larger building? Ballpark?
40,000 square feet.
So it'll take up a third of that.
92,000.
Do you want to come up here?
I do have a question about noise. Will it be I know they're electric, but will there be any noise related to them, or are they just
so
the actual go-karts? Are there noise? Is it noisy?
So the go-kart operator's not here, but yeah, they're fairly quiet as far as my understanding.
Yeah,
for
they're
electric.
real quiet. Could be a lot of laughing.
A lot of laughing.
If this gentleman drives, it might be a lot of laughing.
So can I just clarify? So you're going to have this section of the go-karts, and then you're going to have another section that is other games?
Yes.
Kind of like the.
We had 3 clients in that building. Next door is Just Ingredients, which is.
You want to turn your mic on? I don't know if that's.
Anyway,
I own the building and there's 3 clients in there and they're on the end facing the freeway. So, yeah. I think
And
it
you're
should
not
be good.
concerned with parking at all? You think you have sufficient for those businesses to still be able to?
Yeah, I think a lot of the, a lot of the business will probably be going on in the evening, late afternoon as people are going home. But I don't anticipate a lot of people in that building, a lot of parking needs.
Are you sharing parking with other buildings also, or?
Well, I have 3 buildings kind of lined up. From the freeway is building number 3 with the back to the freeway, and that'll be a furniture company. Then building number 2, the middle building, it's kind of vertical with building number 1 being vertical as well. One's 85,000 feet. And the other one's, excuse me, 90-something thousand feet. But I really don't anticipate problems because there's only 6 cars going at a time. I'm sorry, 12 cars. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi. So with 200 plus, and I think there's well over 300 parking spaces.
40.
Yeah, altogether. So, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm still not quite clear. So you've got 3 buildings.
Yes.
And in one of those buildings is going to be the go-kart operation, or is it going to be
Yes.
part of another?
A
It's
third
gonna-
of it,
So it will be 1/3 of,
roughly.
1/3 of one of the 3 buildings.
Yes.
Okay. And that takes up about how much space?
30 or 40.
Actually, the square footage of the space that we're occupying is 40,000 square feet.
That's the go-kart.
Yeah, the track itself occupies almost 30,000 of that square footage. The rest is office space, restrooms, a little prep area, some waiting area. But we run 12 cars at a time. And so the only number of people that we have in there at one time is less than 30, even though we can accommodate more. And right around our space, we've got big loading docks on the north or on the south. And we've got all of the parking that's on our side of the building that goes down 1/3 of the space of that big, long building. We'll never fill it up. So, there's plenty of parking for that accommodation.
Okay. Are the other tenants good with bringing in the go-kart?
We haven't had any comment with them, have they?
Yeah, I mean, it won't disturb their businesses.
No, I think one is a warehouse primarily, so there'll be very few people there. And the other one is a small manufacturing company that would not have occupied more than, I don't know how many, but they're only taking 20,000 square feet.
Mhm. Okay.
So Jason, this PD 36, it is just for that PD zone, not any
That
other.
is, that is correct. So it only affects the PD 36, which
And
is between I-15 and Geneva Road.
And there's no other PD 36 that
No.
it would bleed into, on the other part or anything. It's just that
No.
section.
So he owns the north part. There's another south part, PD 36, that has some other office warehouses. So that whole complex is PD 36. So any bleeding with parking or anything like that would be internal to the PD 36.
So I mean, somebody could do another go-kart in that.
In that,
sub,
yes.
But it would be redundant because.
Right. Yep.
From Jason, from staff perspective, are there any downsides that come up to this?
I don't believe so, with the amount of parking that they have and the fact that it was designed originally to be kind of a mix of uses, office and other retail. It's not inconsistent with what is currently allowed. So they could have fast food, they could have internal dining, restaurants type of things, so which would probably attract more clients than this one would. So I think we're comfortable as far as staff is concerned, and planning commission agreed as well.
And are there many all-electric go-kart tracks in Utah?
Yes, there are two.
Two.
Yeah. But they're different. I'm not familiar with the number that they are. I'm the owner of the actual go-kart. Oh, hi, Sean. He was stuck in traffic.
What am I taking over?
How many go-karts are there? How many different
So
companies?
because yours are electric. So the question was, how many other go-kart tracks are there that are electric only?
Two.
And they're in here?
One's up in one's in Sandy, and one is in Pleasant Grove. But the Pleasant Grove one is a different type of track. It's not like ours. It's more of an adult amusement ride. It's got the 2-level, so it's a completely different setup.
And how is I guess we'll eventually see.
Yeah.
What the track looks like.
With only 12 vehicles, I don't know that, I mean, there might be some crowds pending, but I don't think you're going to see a lot of people pending, to get on there. There might be, I think they were talking about competitions with some BYU students and UVU students. So there's going to be that, but with a limited number of vehicles on the track at one time, you're going to have some people, but it's not going to be 600-800 people. I don't believe it's going to be a pretty small group. At least that's my thought. You're welcome to.
The number of people on the track at a time?
No, in your complex. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, no. So what happens is, because we can only have, for insurance purposes, we can only have 11 carts at a time running. It's all based on and that's determined by the length of the track. That's how the insurance companies will determine that. So because of that, what happens is a group will come in and they're out racing. Another group might come in. And if there's you can get into an hour or 2-hour waiting period pretty quick, because while you're out racing, only 11 at a time, the others are waiting. A lot of times they'll leave and then come back when it's closer to their time to racing. So we can set the times for them. So it won't be a big congregation of 300 people, or I mean, you won't even have. I bet you won't even have 50 people sitting in there at a time.
Yeah, it seems like the only real issue is whether or not it hurts other businesses in the area and ultimately pushes them out. But if you own other buildings in there, you must feel pretty confident about that not being an issue, right?
Bring business.
I haven't heard any negatives. To be honest, I haven't asked, but I think that the Pleasant Grove track I've actually been to, and really business doesn't pick up until late afternoon when most people are going home. So I don't really see a conflict, especially with as many parking spaces we have.
So we did notify everybody within the PD 36, just so you're aware, all the businesses that current and owners are aware of what's happening tonight. So.
I would assume that, during the summer, you probably have longer hours than in the winter because school's out, correct? Or no?
The hours will stay the same. They're consistent across the board. I don't know what's going to happen on Sundays, to be honest with you. With the Utah County, it's different. That'll probably be a kind of a trial and error type of thing. Whether or not we may not even open on Sundays. We'll have to see how it goes. I know the grid does, but it's limited hours, and that's kind of our thought process right now. Is just less hours on Sunday. We won't open until 11 throughout the week, even on the weekends. And then it's Monday through Thursday. The plan is to close at 10, and then Friday, Saturday will probably be 11:30ish is kind of what we're looking. And then Sunday would be like a 12 to 6.
Was there any opposition to this from the neighboring businesses?
Jason.
We have not heard anything. No.
I actually called my neighbor, Tony Cook, that owns all of the land adjacent to us on the north. Tony says, no, I love it. I asked him to send an email. I don't think that happened. But that was the only comment that we got from anybody.
Sounds like a fun place, a fun activity to add to Orem. So
my daughter's one who kind of pushes to this. I don't know if you shared. any of
No, I
that.
haven't shared
So
any
my-
of that,
so-
but you need to.
So my daughter who's 12, she races nationally. So she's on the national circuit. She races around the country in a go-kart. And during the winter months, I would take her to one of these other indoor centers up north because it was a similar type of layout to give her seat time, just to keep, it was a fairly technical track, so it's good for her. And she's the one who said, hey, this would be fun to have one of these. We got to try it. So I started looking into it, and we actually tried buying that one they wouldn't sell it outright. So we tried going down the franchise route. They originally agreed to it, and then they kind of decided not to. It's kind of a corporate owned thing out of California. We're a local 12-year-old kid who's excited about it. So it'll actually bring a lot of business for the surrounding businesses, believe it or not, because a lot of adults go to these centers and race. A lot of big corporate events take place at these, and that's going to be one of our big pushes, is to go get a lot of these surrounding businesses to do their team building events, and it's a lot of fun for them. So it'll actually generate a lot of business.
So Brandon, do we have that in the budget? We can have city council race?
You know what? You don't need the budget.
There you go. We don't need the budget.
Nice. All right. Any other questions from the council? Let's go ahead and open this for public hearing. If anyone has any comments. Okay, we'll close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
The city council amends section 22-11-49C permitted uses in the PD 36 zone to add SLU code 7233 go-kart tracks indoor only as a permitted use in the PD zone located generally at 1439 North, 1380 West.
Second.
Aye.
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 The resolution passes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, thank you. We'll be coming down for our,
Bring your wallet.
So when will it be open? What's your timeline? When will it be open?
We're gonna have to shoot for probably the 1st of July now. The carts come from Italy. And there's some shipping issues still, believe it or not, you know.
Sounds great.
You gotta get the right shipping company, but that's okay.
Thank,
That's what Dave does.
thank you for bringing this to Orem. I mean, I think I've done the one up north and they're a blast. And it's amazing how much competition can bubble up from that. And it's just a blast. So thank you for bringing this to Orem.
You guys, come on over.
I'm kind of a little bit disappointed. Tony Cook had a lot more to say when I was trying to get my permit.
yeah, well, thank you. All right, moving on. We've got item 9.2, a resolution, a request for conditional use permit for a pediatric palliative care facility at 370 West, 500 North for Brady's Place. Jason, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mayor. For whatever reason, my computer decided to die tonight, so I don't have a presentation. We're trying to pull it up. This is Becky Oakley. She's the owner and operator of the Brady's Place.
Can we get him a new computer?
Exactly. We have some budget.
I can find that in the budget.
A Brady's Place palliative care facility. The council has discussed this about a month and a half ago by creating the ordinance. She's here tonight, coming from the Planning Commission as a recommendation from them for a conditional use permit. There's nothing that's changed since we've come last time. They're going to have up to 28 individuals, 18 years and younger. They will have some daily care that some citizens that live in the community can come there and get some treatment and then go home that night. Or they have different variables of staying overnight or a few, respite, those types of things. So 24 parking stalls, nothing has changed. We're just, she's here to recommend or request the conditional use permit and be glad to address any questions. But as we presented a month and a half ago, there's no change, and just here tonight to go through that process for the conditional use permit.
Do we have any questions?
I mean,
I did.
nothing's changed, right? So.
Debbie?
I just want to say thank you. I think when I've heard your proposal, I think this is a great thing for families, for these pediatric patients. And if we are family city, which USA, which we are trying to be, I think any services we can to support families is a great idea. So I commend you and we wish you the best of luck and I hope it goes really well.
Thank you. Thank you for your staff being so great to work with. They've been fantastic. So thank you.
And I just want to say, like that picture, Jason, go back to that where you were, this facility. Back when this came up, I don't know how long we've been talking about this, 4
A
6
minute.
weeks. Yeah. I drove by this place and I am really excited for that neighborhood for you to be there. So it will look like this again, you know, these have some activity there and some life to that neighborhood. So thank you for
Great.
that service.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote.
I'll make a resolution or that the city council resolution request for a conditional use permit for a pediatric palliative care facility at 370 West, 500 North for Brady's Place.
I'll second.
Aye.
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 Resolution passes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Let us know when the grand opening is and we'll definitely show up.
Okay, we're up to item 9.3. Public hearing / resolution adopting the City of Orem fiscal year 2023-2024 tentative budget. Brandon, would you like to present that to us?
All right, yeah, I'm having a computer bug as well, so it must be something about the day, I guess. On, there we go. So I'm borrowing Carson's computer here, so I appreciate Carson being able to let us use that. So just as we begin, just kind of again, a brief overview of the process. We come to you with the tentative budget tonight, which hoping to get your approval for that. As required by state law, we have to come before on the first council meeting in May. And then we will come back to you in June for a final adoption of the budget. And if there are any changes that that you request to be made or that we need to make by that point, then obviously we can do that during that meeting. And then that becomes the final budget that we will go forward with beginning in July, on July 1st. So this year, our proposed tentative budget amount, as you can see, is 152, just a little over 152 million. Just kind of a review of the things that we've been doing here in the past few months in relation to the creation of the budget and expressing the things that we have been working on and putting together the budget. We started with our council retreat back in January. We've had several work sessions in relation to revenue, compensation, our operations in general, related to fleet and our IT infrastructure, as well as just recently our capital projects and capital items that we have in our budget. Some of the budget highlights for this year. So that 152 million is just short of $12 million increase over the prior fiscal year's budget. The majority of that increase comes from three components, which we had previously discussed in our revenue work session, which were sales taxes. And that not only includes the sales tax within the general fund, but of course also includes sales tax related to care and sales tax related to our transportation sales tax fund. So all three of those components have increased pretty dramatically. An increase in our property tax, not necessarily in our rate, just in the growth within the city of Orem, primarily related to the growth related to calendar year 2022, which we see it kind of has a
there's a lag in when we receive the actual dollars in relation to those property taxes and that growth that occurred. Obviously, as you know, 2021 and 2022 are pretty big growth years for Orem. So those pieces. And then obviously the interest rate environment lately has significantly raised. We have the excess funds that the city invests, and those funds have increased dramatically over the past year as those interest rates have, as we all are aware, have risen pretty dramatically since 2021. The budget also includes obviously our compensation plan related to employees and those both in the merit system as well as those who are either in the STEP program or be coming into the STEP program here in the coming year, as well as some accommodations for health insurance cost increases. And as well as we mentioned, the fleet and our capital programs. Something new to draw your attention to is that very last item. We have created a new fund this year to keep track of our development fees in accordance with state law and the state auditor's office in order to have those fees all in one place so that we can evaluate and analyze whether or not the fee that we charge and the cost of providing that service are matching. The easiest way for us to do that is to create this separate fund so that we can more easily see how we are doing in that regards. And so you'll see that throughout the presentation, and keep in mind that that's what that fund is in relation to. Here's just to kind of give you a synopsis over the last little while in relation to our budgets. As you can see, how it has changed over the past 4 years and grown pretty substantially over that time period. Then give you a kind of a breakdown by fund. So you can kind of have an idea of the magnitude of each fund and their relation to the total, that 152 million, and how that breaks down in a revenue capacity, where that revenue really comes from. As you can see, the general fund obviously provides a pretty significant piece of that $152 million. And then this is just kind of giving an idea in relation to our general fund specifically, where the majority of our operations are, to kind of give you a history here over this proposed budget in relation to our current fiscal year that we're closing, just about to finish, as well as the prior two actual years, to give you an idea of what's been going on with those funds in relation to revenues. And then within those revenue sources for the general fund, we have give you a breakdown kind of here of where those revenues come from. As you can see, a large portion of it is taxes, primarily sales tax, property tax, and franchise taxes. And there are some other smaller ones, but then we also have a large number, obviously, that are in the charges for services category there in the middle, which include a variety of things that obviously we charge fees for that are outside of the development fees that I just referred to. So the miscellaneous, you might notice the rather big jump. The miscellaneous includes those interest earnings that I just referred to. So in just case you were wondering. Just to kind of give you a brief history of the sales tax revenues and where those have been and where they're going. We are budgeting just a $33.5 million here for the fiscal 24 budget, proposed tentative budget. And as I mentioned, that's in a previous meeting, that's an estimated 1.5% increase over where we believe we will finish the current fiscal year. We're hoping, obviously, that it ends up better next year. But the economy being what it is, we're a little hesitant to really go that route right now. And so it's a quite conservative estimate at this point. And obviously, if it were to exceed those budgeted revenues, then when as you've been made aware, obviously here in June, we come back with usually a transfer to our CIP if we've exceeded the state's ceiling for how much money we can have in reserves. So those sales taxes generally, if they exceed that 1.5% increase, they fall into that reserve, and we end up transferring those dollars to our capital improvement project fund for various projects that we have that we use those funds for. Just an interesting note.
Debbie has a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So you said if you think you have a little extra, what happens if we have less? Are you budgeting the full 100% with the expense side, or will you rely on reserves to cover any sort of shortfalls?
So there's three kind of ways that we do that. Number one, we would evaluate the other revenue sources, right? Perhaps those revenue sources are doing okay. Normally, obviously, if sales taxes aren't doing well, that usually means a lot of the times our other revenue sources aren't doing very well either. So, but we will look at that first to make sure, depending on what kind of a shortage that might be. Number two, we do have contingency built into the budget. So there is a little bit of room for wiggle within the budget that we can accommodate if necessary. And then the third would be, we would fall to those reserves that I was just referring to, that ceiling. We would start to use those reserves if necessary for the current year to maybe get us through that particular fiscal year. It's always a possibility that we would amend the budget and potentially have to make cuts of some sort or another. And depending on when that occurs, usually within a fiscal year, right? If the later in the fiscal year you get, then maybe we can finish out the year where we're at, and then we would make adjustments to our fiscal 25 budget to accommodate for that. So
thank you.
So this 1.5%, so you're being a lot more conservative than in the prior year.
Yeah, so we're estimating
environment.
we're estimating the current year to be about 4% increase, which we're above that right now, with 4 months to go in the fiscal year that we don't have sales tax revenues for, and so we're hoping we can maintain that 4%. And then, the prior 2 years, and that we're not even going to talk about those 2 years were crazy percentage increases. So they're not even, in my opinion, relevant.
Okay, so those were like unanticipated booms.
Correct.
And you're just pulling it back to be more conservative at this
You
point.
bet.
Okay.
Yep. We talked a little bit about property tax. You can see so the current proposal there from fiscal 23, the current year, to our proposed budget is approximately a 6.5% increase in that property tax revenue. The 22 to this current year is just about 6%. So it's a little bit of an increase. But again, we believe growth in relation to calendar year, because that's when our property tax is kind of based on. The calendar year 22 year was really robust. So we're really expecting that we're going to have those property tax revenues come in from all the growth that occurred in 2022. Franchise taxes, I just usually bring this up just to give you kind of so you have a magnitude of how much we receive in franchise taxes. The franchise taxes are primarily related to telephone, natural gas, and power, and Comcast, or some cable. So those are and then the city also charges for services for franchise tax as well. And those components make up what this franchise tax is. As you can see, it's been relatively flat for quite some period of time. And that's primarily because the telephone portion has been doing this. It's been made up for by power costs and natural gas costs, of course, gradually increasing over time. And so they've been a counterbalance, which has, allowed that franchise tax to basically stay pretty even over time. Any questions about franchise taxes?
So how does that work as far as if you say phone's been coming off? That's like landlines, right?
Correct.
But do we get something from cell phones?
We do. And
obviously with competition with cell phones, pricing related to cell phones has been kept at a relative even amount over time. So, but we do receive those same taxes from from some cell phones services.
Because it's pretty interesting as far as, I mean, if you look at that sales tax and it's 50% higher from 2019, right?
Correct.
Which is huge, but then the franchise tax is almost flat. And then your property tax is kind of going up incrementally, but not terribly. It's just interesting that this stays the same. You'd think this would go up a little bit.
You would think, but it's been pretty consistent as far as where it stays. So, and we don't, and keep in mind, we don't really have much control. That you can see over on the side, the 6%, we're state mandated. We have state mandated ceilings. We can't go above, and we are at those ceilings. And so we generally don't have any control over how much we're going to get, right? It's all dependent on those entities and how much in sales they have, and how much they remit to us in that regard. So,
right.
Another big source, and this year, you'll notice I have in little small writing underneath business license and permits. That's in the general fund. It's always been in the general fund, but you'll notice the one below that, building permits and other related fees, are now in that new fund that I was referring to. But I thought, just for sake here, I'd put them on the same slide just so we have some frame of reference over a period of time. You can see business license are relatively flat and consistent over time. Building permits and other related fees, you'll notice there's some changes there, but keep in mind, we budget very conservatively with building permits. We have a base that we feel pretty comfortable that we can reach each year. And if we exceed that, then again, talking about money that falls to our reserves that ends up going to our capital projects fund. Any of those that exceed that, we go there. And keep in mind, the majority of things that we use our capital projects fund for are street items, traffic stuff, and parks. Those are the big things that we end up using those. So when we talk about reserves going to capital projects, keep in mind that's where a large portion of those funds are spent. This particular year, obviously, we have a city center, so a lot of those funds are actually going to the city center currently. But if you look back historically, then that's where they've been used historically. Just stepping back from the general fund for a little bit and just kind of looking back again at the city as a whole on the expenditure side. So we've been discussing revenue. Now we're going to be talking about citywide expenditures and expenditures. And just here a comparison of this budget as opposed to what we adopted for our 23 budget. You can see that growth, the 11 million plus in growth, and you can see the breakdown in the broad categories, how much is personnel, how much is operations, and versus capital. So you can see that the ratios stay pretty much the same despite that 11 million in growth. Obviously, the dollar amounts change pretty dramatic, relatively dramatically, but you can see the percentages are basically stay the same. Now, this slide basically just breaks down again that prior slide by fund, just to give an idea of how does each fund break down in relation to personnel versus operations, and as far as their the size of the particular funds in relation to the total. So now for the general fund, the additions that we are requesting for the current year, there are several items there, as you can see from the police department. The uniform costs continue to keep going up. And so we felt it was a good time to be able to give them a little bit more money to accommodate those increased costs. There's some nursing stuff that happens in relation to when they have a suspect. I believe it's primarily in being able to, on like a DUI type situation, where they're able to do a blood draw rather than a breathalyzer, and some other things that are like that, where it's much better to have these contracted nursing entities that can come and take care of that rather than having our police officers do that.
We also are bringing in a drone program where we can use drones in particular situations that it might be better to use that drone in a safety measure so that our officers isn't put in undue danger. And then over time, obviously, they have all these software needs. And over time, they've been finding ways to cover those costs. And the time has come where we feel like, you know what, as they continue to get more and more technologically have needs, then we need to up the ante and as far as the amount of money that we're getting, instead of forcing them to have to go scrounge the money from every nook and cranny of their budget. And so there's an item in there to kind of accommodate those costs as well. And then the last item is same kind of thing is we request the police to be at a lot of community events, and they just are having to go find their funds just from wherever they can within their budget. And so we wanted to carve out a specific amount for them to be able to accommodate doing those community event type things. Fire, same kind of concept as the police uniforms. Their turnouts just are getting more and more costly. And so just an amount to try to accommodate those increasing costs. In our development services area, they used to be able to get building codes and be able to share them. And of course, as with most things in software, then they're now requiring that you have multiple accesses to that software. And so we have to buy licensing for each person who needs access to those. And they each individually do need access. And so we're now having to step into that arena of paying for each of those licenses in those building codes. We've talked a lot in the past about our Hillcrest Park. Obviously, that's going to need to have some equipment there at the park to be able to take care of it. And so these additional funds are there to be able to accommodate those equipment needs. You'll see a little later on an additional, obviously, personnel request for people to handle all of that equipment. And then here at the farmers market, we had a request to provide maybe some music and some different things in relation to one of those farmers market, just create a different atmosphere there. So there's a little bit of money been set aside to be able to accommodate and see what we can do in that arena in relation to the farmers market. And then the last thing is in our library, we have a desire to have a leadership database where we can go and get different information on different leadership, whether they be books or podcasts or whatever that might be, so that we can use those. And then we will also be able to use that as part of for the public to use as well. And so there's a request to be able to access that database of leadership materials. And then as far as personnel, we talked about the top two items are the Hillcrest Park crew leader as well as technician there. And then we also have a need, as we've talked about, cybersecurity and different things that we're paying attention to within our IT. And I noticed they're not in the general fund, but I thought I'd just mention them here since they have a high usage rate within the general fund. And then we also have a need for a GIS person to administer all of our GIS components throughout the city, as we rely pretty heavily nowadays on GIS information.
Do these include their fringe benefits?
Yes, that's combined.
Okay.
Salary and benefits, yes. As we've talked in a prior meeting, just a synopsis again, just a reminder of our fleet replacement, total cost of 2.9 million, or just over 2.9 million, and a kind of a breakdown of what those apparatuses are that we're needing in relation to vehicles, and then kind of then at the bottom there, how those break down between our general fund and the other funds of the city. Within our streets, there are two major funds that we use to provide street maintenance. Our BNC road funds that we receive when you go and purchase gas, we receive those an excise tax from that. And then the new transportation sales tax fund that's part of our sales tax rate. And those, you can see kind of the breakdown of how they intend to spend those tax dollars on as far as the different projects. And for the most part, we use the same funds for the same things each year. You'll notice the second to the bottom one this year, the Lakeview Parkway project, that is new for this year. And we'll be seeding some money there to be able to get that project completed when it comes up. And that's I believe that's a MAG related project. And so just to give you an idea of the kind of streets, the reason we have such good streets, and here's a big reason why, is because of these dedicated funds to that purpose.
I have a question for Chris. Is 950 North in here, Chris?
I was going to mention that in the pre-meeting today when Lene Millett reported on the Public Works Advisory Commission. One of the things that we do in coordination with all of our capital facility projects that are going on in the city is we coordinate the surface improvements that are required with the utilities that are underneath the surface in that street. So the short answer is no. 950 North is not in there.
No, this is for 24 next year.
It is going to be as soon as we can. Right now, we are focused on the water tank project, the booster station and the well, and the utilities associated with that in that area that'll be built in the next 2 years. We've determined that we have about $500,000 to about $700,000 of utility needs in that street from 950 North, from 4th East to 8th East. We cannot proceed with that street reconstruction so we get those utilities in, and we don't have the tank and other portions of that project completely funded yet. And so we feel it would be wise for us to hold off on that until we have those utilities in place. However, we can do some minor street improvements that could help with the road. If there's any settling that's been occurring, any soft spots and so forth, we can over excavate some of those areas and reconstruct portions of that as needed. So,
okay.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Can I just add one thing with Ryan? We are doing, I just want to kind of clarify, because we had discussions about this, the sidewalk, curb and gutter along 400 West in the 1600 North area. Just to kind of say that we are working on that. That's on the schedule now for the residents there to know, correct?
Correct. And it's already funded in last year's budget. So we are planning on doing that, and it's in design right now.
Okay. Do a timeline for people?
The hope is October construction when the water's out of the irrigation ditch. And then we may have to pave it in the spring, but we would get the concrete in this fall.
Okay.
Is the goal.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say thank you, because they've been waiting for that in that area. Thanks.
Okay, moving on to our debt service fund. The debt service fund accommodates any kind of debt that is generally in relation to our general fund, which primarily right now there's four pieces that are primarily in there. We have a 2014 GO bond. It was a refunding bond from a 2005 and 2006 GO bonds. And then we have, of course, the 2019 GO bonds that built Library Hall and the fitness center. And then there is a Siemens lease loan that we did a whole slew of improvements in relation to energy improvements throughout the city, primarily street lighting, but there were some other things as well here in this building. And that lease is being paid for in part through the debt service fund. And then the last item, of course, is the Utopia element that we are continuing to pay each year. And you can see, obviously, it's continuing to rise and fall with, keep in mind, bond payments aren't like your home loan. They don't gradually go down like you would a normal loan, because they're all dependent on bondholders and how those bondholders purchased bonds in particular groupings. So sometimes you may have a year where it's a pretty light bond. There are not a lot of bonds that were purchased for that particular year. And so the payments for that particular year may actually be less than in other years. So just keep that in mind as you see that. Any questions about the debt service fund? Okay.
And then we have a lot of several internal service funds. Internal service funds are generally a group that primarily services, as it mentions, inside the city. So our fleet, right? Our fleet folks, they don't work outside of the city. They are helping all of us within the city. All of these items are that same way. They're all within our city, and we've sent them out in their own funds so that we can do a better job of being able to allocate their costs to the people who use them and the things that they're like. In the case of insurance, who are they covering, right? They're covering buildings or they're covering vehicles. So we have a better ability to allocate their costs specifically to those entities that use those services. Then we start to get into our enterprise funds. The water fund, you can kind of see a history there of the revenue sources, a breakdown of how their proposed budget is proposed to be spent. And then over on the right-hand side, you can see the proposed increase to our base rate, as well as I've listed the tier 1 usage rate increase as well. And then there are some other rate increases for the other tiers, but I think they were also 1 cent. So it's 1 cent for tier 1. I believe it's 1 cent for tier 2 and 2 cents for both tier 3 and tier 4. Any questions with the water fund? Okay. Just to give you an idea how we compare to other cities, either of our size or in our area. You can see from a water fee perspective, we are pretty low in comparison, which is not a bad thing, but just to give you an idea. And keep in mind, we did our best to talk to these other cities, either by going and seeing what they've listed as their current rate, but I'm also trying to ask them, hey, do you have any planned increases for your budget? A lot of the times they're not necessarily very forthcoming about telling us what they're going to do for their upcoming budget. So a lot of these rates that you see for other cities are what they currently are at. Our rate, that 47.82, would be our estimate using our proposed rates. So just keep that in mind as well.
Which in summary is we're rocking it on the water cost to our citizens, right?
Correct.
I mean, there's no comparison. So very good, Orem.
And this did include the 15% that we went down the previous year, and this is just the very
inching back
bond,
up,
right?
Yes, correct.
So that was a boon.
So then water reclamation, otherwise known as sewer. You can see again the revenues for the sewer fund, and then the breakdown on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side over there, the sewer base rate is proposed to increase a small amount, not even 1%. And the volume charge is also proposed to increase just a little bit over 1% for the current year. And again, kind of a comparison of the sewer rates across the valley. And you can see we fare quite well, especially with our neighbors to the south. And so just to kind of give you an idea of, again, where we fall in with those rates.
Do these cities, do they base their rates on their usage?
Yeah.
We
yes.
do that. Do
Yes.
these guys, it's so interesting that they're so different.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, obviously, it depends on where they're, like, especially the Salt Lake ones, they have sewer districts that they deal with, which can play a bigger impact than those who have city-owned facilities. So sometimes that matters. Apparently, Chris wants to talk to that. So
yeah, if I could. So you notice that Probe was at the very top there, and that's because they are in the process of constructing about a $200 million expansion on their plant for these new regulated requirements that are unfunded. And so what you will see over time in the near future is that each one of these are going to approach what you see in Provo. Orem will be one of those as well. So any city that's a part of TSSD or any of these other ones that is a part of Salt Lake City and so forth their rates are going to be going up quite dramatically as a result of the water quality requirements that are imposed.
Thanks, Chris. I wanted to throw Provo under the bus, man. All right, storm sewer. So stormwater. So again, kind of a short history of the revenues over the proposed and over the past few years, and a breakdown on the left. And we're proposing a 2.5% increase to go from $8 to $8.20, and this continues to follow the master plan for stormwater as until such time as obviously we have a new stormwater plan in which it'll be reevaluated at that point. And again, stormwater comparison for various cities that we either compare to or are here in the valley. And our recreation fund. As you can see, we continue to improve, and Bryce and his team continue to do great things at the recreation center as we continue to look for ways to improve operations, increase revenues, get more pass sales. And then over to the right-hand side, I've kind of identified, the growth in both our admissions and passes, as well as particularly the classes. I think that's really great that we've been able to really increase the number of classes and the amount of participation coming in through those sources.
I was commenting to Councilman Spencer. We remember when recreation was about a $400,000 drain on our general fund. So what an amazing turnaround, and congratulations to Bryce and those who helped plan this wonderful facility.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, there is no subsidy, if you will, being placed in the recreation fund for the current year. So, and it was even at a time, right? It was about 800,000. It was approaching at one point, and so yeah, so that was of course right before we closed down. So
But it's really a double win, right? Because if you compare the facility that we had before and the services that were offered, and it was costing us 800 grand a year, to now we have a state-of-the-art facility and it's actually carrying itself. So
yeah, that's awesome, right?
Yeah.
It's always good to see when you plan for something and it actually turns out the way you planned it. It's always great. Or better, yeah.
When you make a promise and Bryce and staff deliver on that promise, that's always nice.
Give the man a raise.
Solid waste fund or garbage. So, this is basically a pass through from our waste management and our contract with them. And then you can see that, we've had, and Brand has alluded to the issues that we've had with trying to go for a renewal and been able to keep the costs at a relatively low rate in relation to that. And so you can kind of get an idea of what we've been able to do, but still a relatively decent increase despite, our best efforts, but it would be much higher without those efforts. So. And then just to give you an idea of what those change in the rates will look like in relation to, first can, second can, the recycling and green waste rates. And then, you can see the change in what those rates are, as well as an overall combined rate, and that's pretty dang good considering obviously where inflation has been and whatnot. So kudos to Brandon and I believe, I don't know if Chris was involved in that, but primarily Brandon and Carson, I believe, did quite a bit of stuff in that evaluation as well. So this next one kind of shows you where we fall in relation to solid waste. And we're kind of right there, somewhat right in the middle of the pack, which is an okay place to be. Can't be the best in everything. And then an overall golf clap, right, for our total utilities. When you add all of those up, kind of where we fall in relation to everybody else.
I do have a question. I know Provo has their own power So if we combine Rocky Mountain Power and Provo Power, would we still be pretty low, or do they have better rates than we do because they have their own power plant? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll ask my friends.
So questions?
Does that last slide take into account?
Say again?
Does that last slide take into account, deducting out what's being charged for power in Provo?
No, this has nothing, no power. There's no power in there,
So that's
any
no
of
power,
those.
that's nothing. That's
Yeah,
apples to apples.
correct. Water, sewer, stormwater, garbage.
Yeah, that's a great slide.
I
Okay.
just have a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Jeff.
So as we're going through all of this, and I'm thinking to myself, every one of those departments, we are so blessed. You know, I was just the other day, we were at some friend's home in a neighboring city. I won't say which city, but I went and got a glass of water out of the tap, and it was not Orem water. I mean, not only are our rates amazing, but the water tastes better. And again, as was stated with the rec center, with every one of these departments, it's thank you to everyone for the work that you do in making our city so amazing. And Brandon, I want to say thank you to you as well. I really appreciate your approach to this and your conservative nature in making sure that even if things don't go as we think they will, you've still got a contingency plan in place. And I really appreciate your approach to this, because these numbers are really, really important.
You're welcome.
So thank you.
Any other questions?
Comment. So I remember when I was on council, we hit 100 million, and that was a milestone, and wow, 152 million in just a few years. So thanks to people who shop in Orem. Thanks for the great citizens of our community, since I feel like we've really improved our overall financial income and ability to provide great service here in the city. So congratulations to your staff, and I echo what Jeff said. We have great police, fire, public works, library, you name it. We have excellent people who are continuing to make Orem a good place to live.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'd like to, Trevor Bell, who he couldn't be here tonight, but huge help in getting this budget put together. So I got to give kudos to him for doing that, because he's been, those people we talk about behind other supporting us, and he was one of those people in relation to this budget. So I want to give a shout out to him as well.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. We'll go ahead and open up. Oh, Brent.
If I can just say quickly, completely echo all of the things, and in my mind, jokingly, I'm thinking maybe we should have charged an extra $4 on all of those utilities, and we'd still be the lowest. But in all seriousness, what that really kind of shows is that our staff, our finance staff, your Orem staff, down to the penny, tries to be conservative and fiscally conscientious in providing these critical, important services to our citizenry. And truly, it's additional little evidence that we're grateful for the resources that you as our governing body and of course the support of our citizens that provide, so that we can have such a great standard of living here in Orem.
And it's easy to say different things, but when the budget matches what you're saying, then you really have something. So we're doing a great job. Can we open, we'll open up for any public comments? Okay, we'll close the public comments. And essentially what this is this is our tentative budget. And so we will be continuing the process to wind up with a permanent budget. But for now, we need to pass this tentative budget. So would somebody like to make a resolution?
Mayor, can I jump in real quick? Sorry. Sure. We're also required as part of the passing the tentative budget to set a date for the public hearing to consider the final approval of the budget.
Okay.
And also basically a direction from the council ordering us to publish notice of that hearing in accordance with state law. So I don't know if Brandon has that date. I'm sure you
That's
probably
in the
do in the
resolution.
resolution,
It's in the resolution.
but it probably should be a part of the motion as well.
Okay.
Can you tell us what that date is?
June 13th.
June 13th.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Okay.
The city council by resolution adopting the city of Orem fiscal year 2023-24 tentative budget and schedule a
Public hearing.
public hearing on June 13th, 2023.
To consider passage of the final.
Consider passage of
budget.
final budget.
Second,
Aye.
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 The resolution passes. Thank you, Brandon. And thank you for all your good work. We're up to item 9.4. We've got a resolution notifying Utah County of Orem's intent to submit opinion questions to Orem voters regarding renewal of the care tax. And Steve, would you like to present that?
Yeah, Mayor and City Council, we're coming up on the time when we need to make a decision as to whether we want to renew the care tax and to submit that question on the renewal of the care tax to the voters. And as a preliminary step to doing that, state law requires us to enact a resolution informing Utah County of our intent to put that question on the ballot once again. And then they essentially, once we do that, they have 60 days to reply to us. Either they do or they don't. And once we get that reply back, we can take the next step of passing a resolution, basically putting the care tax question back on the ballot for the voters to decide. But again, this resolution, the proposed resolution, is just fulfilling that state law requirement of notifying the county of our intent to put that on the ballot in the future.
So can I make a motion or do we need to have a public?
No, we can just make a motion.
Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the resolution of notifying Utah County of Orem's intent to submit opinion questions to Orem voters regarding the renewal of care tax.
Second.
Aye.
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 Resolution passes. Thank you, Steve. Okay, next we got item 10, communication items. We don't have anything else we need to go through on that. We've got item 11, city manager information items.
Yes, just want to invite you and actually anyone that is still happens to study with us from the public to celebrate Orem's 104th birthday that took place on May 4th. So yes, the city of Orem has been around for 104 years. And then as part of that, we'll also celebrate Councilmember Lamson's birthday from May 3rd.
And I have not been around for 104 years. I just want to make that point.
No matter what they say.
No matter what they say.
You don't look a day over 60.
So that'll just be in the council conference room here.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, can I make a motion?
Yes.
I make a motion that we adjourn to a meeting of the Orem Redevelopment Agency.
Second.
Aye.
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 We'll adjourn to the next meeting. And those of you that are still left have a choice. You can stay and get the
Eat cake.
refreshments. Or, so it's a, cost benefit kind of thing.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on. So we've got our RDA consent items. Yes, let's just make motions.
I'd like
on
to
those.
make a motion that we approve the RDA meeting minutes.
Second. Aye.
Aye.
I also approve the June 14th, 2022 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the minutes are approved. Okay, moving on. We've got the RDA scheduled items. We've got a public hearing resolution adopting the redevelopment agency of the city of Orem
fiscal year 23-24 tentative budget.
Brandon, hope you don't have 31 slides on this one.
No. We also don't have a computer, so we've got our third strike on a computer now. So
you're required to do this like pantomime.
So I'm just going to read. You're just going to have to envision what this might look like.
Isn't it?
And so our redevelopment agency, which consists of several older RDA areas, as well as the CDA area down at the mall, which is now the only active RDA area, that area down there. And the other RDA areas, we may receive some minor / past due tax increment dollars in relation to them, but for the most part, it's the CDA down in the mall area. And the proposed budget for the combined RDA is $1,665,000. That is an increase over the current estimate for the current fiscal year of $564,000. Obviously, as they continue, Woodbury continues to build the stuff around the mall, that those tax dollars related to that area are going to continue to go up, and we're going to continue to receive RDA tax increment dollars back to the city, which under our agreement with Woodbury, 90% of those tax dollars go back to them to help them cover the debt that they used to put the infrastructure in those areas. 5% is held by the city as an administrative fee, and another 5% is actually maintained within the RDA fund that will be used for future infrastructure and or other needs that are within that CDA area.
So it has to be, the other 5% has to go into that CDA area.
It does, yes.
And are there current needs that we're aware of now?
No, there are not anything that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So those will be when those are identified, then we identify that there's funds available within the fund that could help cover those things. So,
Brandon, what year are we in this? I know we extended it during COVID. Are we year 3, 4?
Of the CDA?
Uh-huh.
I believe this is year 5. I think it's year 5.
And then it was 20, but we extended it 2 years. So
yes,
22.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay. So 5 of 22. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So are there any questions about the RDA in general? Okay.
And that number that you gave us, what was it, the budget number?
$1,665,000.
So that $1,665,000, that represents essentially property taxes that we are not collecting.
Yeah, that the entities pay to the county, then the county does all their calculations related to our RDA and then sends us the tax increment related to those specific dollars that are, because how it works, right, is when they start that CDA for the RDA, they set a amount. Here's the value, right? And then as the value increases over that time, the tax related to that increase is what goes to the RDA and then is refunded to them.
So I have a question. With their new hotel coming on, was that originally figured in or?
Yes, that's part of
that was
part of the plan. Yes.
Yes,
and
okay.
Obviously that'll continue to increase that tax element as it comes in as well.
Okay.
So the original number for the RDA for Orem's part was around 15 million. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
I thought it was.
Do you know?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, just the original, when they did the projections on the RDA cost, was Orem's number 15 million or 9 million?
For University Place?
Yeah.
I remember our position was 9 million, I thought.
The overall was around 52 million with all 6 or 5 taxing agencies. I can pull up the budget and I can find out.
It's 9 million.
I guess what I'm
9?
trying to understand is, I thought the whole thing was 62 million. I thought our cut was 15 million, but I could be
I
very
think it's
wrong.
9 million.
Yeah, I can pull
We'll
the
find
project
out.
budget up and
We should place bets on this, but
here in a moment.
You want over or under?
But what my question is,
I just have it memorized, but it's been a while.
and what my question is, I'm just curious how this 1.6 million in year 5 ties to whatever the number was originally.
To the projection.
Yeah.
I can pull that projection out here. I think I've got it. Give me a second. I'll look it up.
Okay. And there's no rush. I'm just curious. So anyway.
Well, so anyway, we got it up on the screen, kind of the breakdown of the 1.6 million. You can see the University Place CDA incentive amount. They're based on the 1.6 million, and the two 5% for the future projects, and the contributions to other funds, which is our admin fee. And then the other project area totals is the 315. That's the old RDA component. So those RDAs, the only one that really has any money left in those old RDAs is 8503B, which I know that doesn't mean anything to anybody, but that's basically one of the RDAs down on the Parkway. And so there's some money left and available for them if there's some infrastructure or other things that we can do that fall under the RDA eligibility down in that particular area. Okay, that's all I've got.
Okay, any other questions? Would any of the city staff like to participate in the public hearing? Okay, we're going to open this public hearing and we're going to close the public hearing.
Sweet.
Yes.
And can I interject again? I think the same thing as we did before on the last one, as far as
June
the
13th.
dates.
June
The
13th.
dates, Sam, I'm assuming.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt, and of the resolution also, that we adopt the redevelopment agency of the city of Orem fiscal year 2023, 2024 tentative budget to be reheard at a meeting on June 13th.
Yeah, and schedule a public hearing for
And-
June
and
13th
schedule a public
to
hearing.
approve the final budget.
June 13th to include the final budget.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Aye.
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 Resolution passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, before you close the meeting for the RDA, I show that in the model, it should have captured about 2.6 million in year 5. And Brandon's figures are looking at about 1.2 million. So based on that, we're behind, but we also had COVID kick in for 2 of those first 5 years, and that was never anticipated in the model. So that slowed down development of the project. By now, the hotel would have been done, as well as other facets of that project. So the build out hasn't happened as quickly as anticipated due to
Okay.
COVID.
Well, does your model show what the number was? The total?
9 million.
Orm's contribution?
I only have up a certain slide that shows me the overall of all the taxing entities together.
And what was that number?
52 million.
I have to add it up because I just show it every year. It's in a
Oh,
graphic. So I've
okay.
got to go find the actual budget and I can pull that number out.
Okay.
I'll get it to you after the meeting.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, who wants to adjourn?
I move that we
Adjourn.
adjourn to the Orem Special Service Lighting District.
Second.
Aye.
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 Okay, we adjourn to the next meeting. Item 16.1. And this is very simple. This is consent items. It's consent items, so it's approval of the SSLD meeting minutes for June 14th, 2020.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Special Service Lighting District meeting minutes of June 14th, 2022.
Second. Aye.
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 The consent items are approved. Let's go to item 17.1, public hearing resolution adopting the Special Service Lighting District of the City of Orem fiscal year 2023-2024 tentative budget. Brandon.
All right, so the street lighting service district or special district here is a separate entity of the city, is just similar to the RDA. And the street light fee that we charge on our utility bill to all the customers go into this fund to primarily pay for the maintenance of the street light poles and power relating to all of the street lights throughout the city. As a kind of a little bit of a history, the street lighting fund began when we started replacing all of the Rocky Mountain power poles with the nice poles that we have now. And there are two lease revenue bonds that were issued in order to pay for all those. They ran out of money to actually get all of those poles done. And so, all of the fees were going to be, there was a fee set that would be charged over the term, which I believe was 18 years of the bonds. And so those bonds have expired and been paid off, and that was about 4 to 5 years ago. And we gradually started converting because everybody started paying at a different time based on when their particular area got the new poles placed in their area. So some may have started in 2000, some may have started in 2002, et cetera. And so as those came off, then we realized we need to have a way to maintain those poles. So we've now instituted a new fee to maintain those poles and continue to pay for the power on those poles. And we are now fully into the maintenance mode, as all of those past bond-related fee, that bond-related fee is now gone, and a new lower streetlight maintenance fee is in place. You can see the breakdown related to how much we receive in street lighting fees and various other components related to those fees. And then basically here's how the street lighting fund spends those revenues in relation to power. I mentioned the energy saving lease that we had then entered into a while back with Siemens to replace all of primarily the light bulbs with LED light bulbs rather than the old style ones. And so they pay for all of the improvement related to that change, that energy savings. And then obviously the $786,000 goes towards continuing to maintain and operate those the poles themselves. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Weren't there some poles on Main Street or State Street that needed to be replaced? Would they be coming out of this fund? And is that correct, Chris? Weren't there some we needed to still install?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. That's correct. So we did replace about 100 lights south of Center Street on State Street. We have since done about 3 or 4 lighting districts that weren't directly associated with the street lighting fund because they were actually created. Those lighting districts were created with neighborhoods in conjunction with Rocky Mountain Power. Back in the day, it was Pacific or whoever it was at the time, Utah Power and Light. And then those lighting districts are now coming off. And so those will be off in the next 3 years, 2 to 3 years. We just started the phase 4 this year for that. There's another phase that will be coming up as well.
So after that, will the whole city be done, or will we still have more areas?
The whole city will be done. And then what we're looking at the fee that Brandon's mentioned is strictly for operating and maintaining what we have today. Some of the poles in place were installed in about 2001. Some are being installed today. So as you can imagine, we're not going to replace all of them all at once, but we will have a phased approach over time. The projected life of the poles are probably around 40, 50 years until we need to look at either replacing or doing some major renovation of those poles. So that'll be for a future public works director.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If we could get people to stop running into the poles with their vehicles, that would be very helpful as well.
Any other questions? Okay, who would like to, well, we need a public comment. We'll open up the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting?
And to adjourn or to adopt this?
Adopt. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can make the motion to adopt.
Yes, do that.
I move that by resolution, we adopt the special service lighting district of the city of Orem for this year, 2023, 2024 tentative budget with the
and set the public
Public
hearing
hearing.
date to
June 13th.
Consider the final adoption of the budget for June 13th. Yeah.
And consider the final adoption for June 13th at a public hearing.
Second.
Aye.
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 The resolution passes. Now we'll adjourn to the next meeting.
I
Thank
make a
you.
motion that we adjourn to the meeting of the Orem Municipal Building Authority.
Second.
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll adjourn. Now we'll open. Okay. Oh, Jeff, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
Consent items.
All right.
Oh, for the MBA?
Well, we got to say what it is. Stop.
NBA consent items.
Slow down. Patience. It's only at item number 19.
Oh, geez.
Okay. Approval of the MBA meeting minutes. Approval of the Municipal Building Authority minutes for June 14th, 2022. Somebody like to make a motion on the
I
consent?
make a motion that we approve the Municipal Building Authority meeting minutes of June 14th, 2022.
Second.
Aye.
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 We approve those minutes. And finally,
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second. Aye.
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 Lene did it already.
I said aye.
I
Aye.
know.
You adjourn.
Okay, we'll adjourn. Thank you,
Mayor?
Brandon.
Mayor, Councilman Spencer was correct.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you very much.
Oh, which number? The 9 million?
yeah, I know.
9.57
right?
or something, 9 point.
Yeah, we're not on the record. So if the model